uh, 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 uh. Muhahahaha. Welcome to Dark Horse Paranormal Podcast. I'm your host, Chris Carr.
And I am Kristen Johnson.
Once again, you are Kristen Johnson.
Once again.
Once again.
We have a cat ball that's dying in the back, so don't worry about that. Poor thing.
Dying cat balls.
Yeah.
The troubles we have trying to do a podcast. Well, there's already some people out there.
I'm getting to.
Hey there, George. What's going on?
Hey, George.
Thank you for joining us. Especially on YouTube. We're trying to make that YouTube come alive a little bit. What else we got here? Anne Marie Young. Hello, beautiful people. Well, hello.
Hello, Anne
Marie. Hello, George. So, anyways, hope you guys are having a great week. There's Mr. Koss. Hello, you beautiful people. We're all beautiful. All beautiful people.
Yes, we are.
I like Marilyn Manson song. Beautiful people. Beautiful people.
No, it's two songs
Doesn't it go
stuck
like
in my
that?
head.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm good at that.
Yeah, you are.
They don't leave.
Carol's out there. Hi, Carol.
Hey, Carol. How you doing? Good evening. Good evening. So we got a good show for you guys tonight. Really good. Probably our most, I don't want to give him a big head here, but it's probably our most requested guest and truly a favorite and good friend of ours, Dr. Michael Lynch. He'll be joining us. And he's really a man that needs no introduction.
Nope.
You know? We love having Michael on, and I'm sure we're going to get into some really good stuff. Greg says synchronicity. That's right.
That's right.
A little synchronicity with the beautiful people. Love it. Love it. So let's bring Michael on. Let's get right to things. Hey there, sir.
Hey, everybody. Hey, how's it going?
Welcome back.
Going well. Going well.
Good.
Apparently,
good.
you're beautiful. And you're beautiful as well.
Getting ready for Halloween. I'm trying out my new look here.
I like
ghosty.
that. I like your background.
Yeah, the
tonight.
ghosty's fading into your background.
That's the Lynch factor.
Mhm.
That's okay. That's okay.
I love it. Looks great.
That's my YouTube handle. I did Exterior Forces. I did about 12 episodes, and then I'm doing the Lynch Factor now. Somebody requested that, so I'm doing all of my paranormal stuff, you might say, on the Lynch Factor. So it's just not news and lectures. It's current. It's all current stuff. So
Beautiful.
So I have to do that every now and then too. Now I'll be wearing my glasses because all this is kind of out of focus at my age. It's kind of out of focus. So
Hey,
I hope you can.
We've got ours on.
We got our spectacles.
I know. I know. It's that close-up work, and my screen here is incredibly large, just so I can see it half the time. So, but when I read, I kind of need little cheaters or helpers.
Oh yeah,
little help.
These
little
are
helper.
When I first got these, everything looked really distorted unless like I had it right up to my face. And over time, they now I can wear them all the time and nothing's distorted anymore. And I don't think that's a good sign.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't
know. It's interesting because your eyesight will, typically starts to fail in middle age, but it gets worse and worse and worse. And then when you get to be like in the 60, 70 bracket, it comes back. It actually gets a little better.
Gets a little better. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of weird how that would work.
human nature is very weird, very weird. So I just want to say hi to everybody
Yeah,
who's
Courtney.
logging in there.
Hello, Courtney. And yeah, you got some friends out here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got a couple of friends. That's a lot better than all the enemies that I've got. So, but I really have friends who are my enemies to correct me, or I rather have just friends who are nice enough to correct me. So that's mainly it. Normally, I have enemies. They don't correct me, but they just tell me I'm wrong. So that's just one of those things. Well, anyway, a couple of months ago, Kristen asked me to do a show on the Anunnaki, and and even though there is abundant resources for the Anunnaki, I'm going to compress a lot of time here. This is going to be like an overview. So if you have a question, just shoot it toward me, and then this is kind of what it is. There have been a couple of articles that have been around for a little while, and it was about some gentleman who found uranium 235 in Africa, and they did it on the Ivory Coast, which is used to be a French colony, like French Guyana or down through there, the Ivory Coast. And there's an area down there called the OKLI, so it's Okelo area.
Okay.
And these French researchers were looking over their area in satellite. And when they went down into that area, they saw it was highly radioactive. And when you do by satellite, you can determine, its depth and its mass and things like that.
That's LiDAR, right?
Yeah,
That's
that's
LiDAR.
through LiDAR. Yeah. But before that, we could actually gold mine and oil mine with satellite. So we could look down into the subsurface of the planet and find oil reserves or gold reserves or pockets of uranium and things like that, because they're just radioactive. They glow, they glow at night,
Right.
they're just radioactive. So now gold and silver and oil are not, but if you understand their physics, you can actually get a good reading on it. And most gold mining today is done via satellite. They rent satellite time. Old-fashioned gold mining is just going out and digging a hole and excavating from there. So we have become very sophisticated for a very long time with our satellite technology, whether it's 22 miles or whether it's 7 million miles away to blow up an asteroid.
Right.
Our satellite technology is very good, and our logistics are how we analyze and diagnose what we're seeing is incredibly good. Right along with 4K television and 8K television, we did the same thing with our satellites, and so we have within a range the most highest, most sensitive cameras and equipment to diagnose what is below the subsurface. So I'm just going to put that out there. We're not in the dark ages anymore, so we're not going to rough it tonight. But this comes from a lot of different resources. The Billy Myers case, Michael Cremo's book for Forbidden Technology, Forbidden Archaeology, and a couple of other resources which have kind of infiltrated in. So back in 1972, these Frenchmen found a stockpile of uranium 235, and it was a very impossible thing to find. So they decided to send out a crew. Now they were really kind of looking for diamonds. So they sent out a crew and they started to excavate around and start to dig down to find out what was going on here. Sure. Well, they get down to a certain depth, about 100 feet, if not more. And again, they're kind of looking for diamonds, but they also are following this radioactive trail, and they can use Geiger counters to do that. Well, they get down a great distance, and there is a vein of uranium-235 running
Wow.
through the strata. Okay. Now, the interesting stuff that's there is that there's no such thing. You can't have uranium-234, 235, or 236, 238 in nature, because nature does not provide the processing
Right.
to filter
Compound.
to filter the uranium. Even in our nuclear reactors today that we have to purify the water. So if we pull in water from the ocean, it has to be purified in order for it to go into the reaction chamber.
Right.
And then they have these rods that go down into the water, and those things generate heat and boil the water. Okay. But it has to be incredibly pure. It can't be salty or it can't be polluted. You're not going to get the same chain reaction or the reaction of heat in the water. And during this chain reaction, the uranium actually loses a proton or neutron and electrons and actually converts itself into another form. Now, if you go through the process enough, you'll get down to plutonium. And plutonium is like the most volatile situation. It's most deadly situation. So once in a while, you'll hear a plutonium bomb. You'll talk about neutron bombs, the A bomb, hydrogen bombs. Well, when they get to the plutonium, it's like Earth destroyer. It will destroy the entire planet. That's how powerful the radiation is from plutonium.
I see. Yeah, I didn't realize there was a plutonium. I was familiar with the other two. I know there were different types.
Now, did they use GPR, ground penetrating radar, also to find this?
No, none at the time. This was back in &72. So
okay.
They were going with Geiger counters, technically, to locate that source. Now, I just want to remind a few people. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry,
I was
Chris.
just going to say. So, kind of the point of that, though, is that this is not something that you find in nature. It has to be created.
Correct.
But they found it.
Yeah, it'd have to be under such stringent circumstances that we should be able to find this in other locations, but we don't. Okay, well, I want to back up on that because I know in '72, there's a lot of things happening in '72. But let me just say. Nature by itself does not have all the equipment necessary to produce uranium-235 in its pure form like this. So everyone is like scratching their head saying it's all natural. There was no nuclear power plant in Africa. Yada yada, blah 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 blah.
Right.
Okay.
Just have a quick question for you. Okay.
Okay. Right.
Is this the article about the 2 billion-year-old nuclear reactor that you're talking about?
Right. Exactly.
I read that article.
Yes.
Before you had sent it to us. I'm like,
yes.
I read that. And it's in there saying that the Earth did it. So.
Yeah. Now our scientists are still a long way behind. Understanding the nature of our planet. I'm just going to say that, we know about more about the moon than we don't know about the depth of our own oceans. We know more about, climate change and global warming than we ever know about our history. Now, to tell you how messed up the sciences are, is that we think that the dinosaurs started out, 65, 70, 80 million years ago and went through different stages like Cretaceous, Jurassic, all these stages of the dinosaurs. Well, that's not totally the case. The case is that all the dinosaurs started about 200,000 years ago, a little bit less. And they all went through that time within close to 200,000 years. Okay. So it wasn't billions or millions of years.
Okay.
It was 200,000 years. Okay. Oh. Now we have something called the Inca stones. And the Inca stones are stones which the Inca is supposed to have carved out on it. and there are dinosaurs, and it shows them riding dinosaurs, fighting with dinosaurs, killing dinosaurs,
Mm-hmm.
and also
Yep.
they have open heart surgery. They have other medical procedures
Wow.
on these stones. Yeah, there's over 2,000 of these stones. Yeah,
Ica, right? ICA.
right. INCA, Inca stones, and there's 2,000, if not more, and these are solid records of mankind co-inhabiting the planet with dinosaurs. Okay, now some people call these the Paracas stones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like Paracas
because
skull.
the Paracas knew how to carve on the stones, and they were showing the Inca in their natural habitat, their natural day-to-day life, I guess. So these Inca stones show us that time has been incredibly compressed. Yes, yeah, there's one right there, and some of them have star maps on them, depicting explosions and novas and things like that. These stones, like I said, there's over 2,000, and they're kept in a library, but they depict clearly the size of the dinosaurs, the size of a human, which they weren't very tall in comparison, and how it took a lot of tribesmen to hunt them down and kill them. On one Inca stone, it actually has a man riding a pterodactyl.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah.
So
cool.
I did see something about
Yes,
that.
we have. Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Now, on some of these, you do actually get the signs of the zodiac, which are, very interesting, because why would the Inca care that much about the zodiac, and not unless they were informed of star mapping, how to map the stars or how to navigate by night. And that's, if you have a society that's going global, they're using the oceans, they're using the stars, and this is a map that you can carry with you. It's on a piece of rock, and you can kind of navigate via the stars if you don't know what north and south is. So these are remnants. They're a record written in stone of another age. Now, a lot of people say, oh, this is metaphorical. This is just stories, that none of this really existed. But if you look at all the other petroglyphs and hieroglyphs around the world,
Mm-hmm.
they depict them as natural as possible. So no one's going to make a petroglyph or a hieroglyph like this with it being abstract, like a Picasso or Salvador Dali. They're going to try to make it as real to life as possible. So this is just one record. This is just one record of hundreds that go back to a time when dinosaurs and man co-inhabited the earth. Now, there's another in Brownsville, Texas. In Brownsville, Texas, there are dinosaur tracks of a T-Rex, and there are human tracks that follow the T-Rex.
Right.
And at first, they thought the T-Rex was following the man, but because of depth of the mud and things like that, they realized the man was following the T-Rex. Now, in the same area of strata, they find tools like a hammer, and they find pots and other things that have not rusted. They've not decomposed, but the handle has started to colonize. So there's coal in the wood handle, and that could only happen under tremendous pressure. So someone 200,000 years ago, or a little bit further back, was using chlorine in their metal production so that their equipment would not rust. Now we use stainless steel today. I mean, stainless steel is what we use, but in those days, if you had iron and some of the basic elements, you would add chlorine in an incredibly hot oven, whatever, and you would mix those together, and they would become harder, and they would not rust. Now, there's several pillars, and one is in India, and it's been there for no one knows how long. It's just been there thousands of years, and it has not rusted. It's only been the last few years through natural pollution, car pollution, corporate pollution, that this thing has started to tarnish, but it has not rusted. It's just kind of got a film on it, like a lot of stone does. It develops it's a film. I'll find it in a second. But anyway, that there are several of these pillars that went across every like so many 80 miles or 100 miles or whatever across India, and they have never rusted. They've been there forever and they've never rusted. So someone has had a technology that preserved iron to the point where it did not rust or decompose. Now, in the 20th century, when man developed tools and things made of iron, they were poured into a mold, and then they were pounded out like horseshoes or whatever, and then the iron was just taking its structure, but it was malleable. It would break. It would shatter. So we kept toying around with it until we came up with other products like steel, and then eventually stainless steel, and then eventually like aluminum, and then these things would not rust at all. And we've incorporated that with plastics into our daily lives. So to us, it's like, we do that every day. But 200,000 years ago, this is very strange. And you can look up Dr. Baugh, capital BAUE, I think it is. I'm sorry. His name is Dr. Baugh. And he's a very interesting character, but he's the one that found these artifacts. And he also talks about the discovery of dinosaurs and how dinosaurs are still roaming the earth. And so if they exist now, that means they didn't die out as we think that they did.
We've all assumed, yeah.
Right. We're finding dinosaurs in the most unique places.
That really wouldn't surprise me, Michael, because so much has changed just in our lifetimes. What science was when we were growing up and compared to what it is now.
Yeah.
And it's just the further we go along this mortal coil, the more I realize they don't really know everything, right? It kind of like safely assume things like, where the moon came from.
Oh, yeah.
Pluto is a planet, or is it not?
It was a planet. It was a planet. It was brought here 200 some odd thousand years ago. And Graham Hancock talks a lot about amnesia. We are a society of amnesia.
Yes,
we love Graham. Yeah.
And when the earth turns itself over or changes, we forget. Like the electromagnetic grid changes in our brains fry, or we lose all of our past. And Graham talks about this considerably in the last. So he talks about going back like 5,000 or 6,000 years. And then that's when man actually developed civilization and flourished. And that's not correct. It goes back almost 10 to 15,000 years ago. There was an epoch, and it scattered a bunch of people, and they had to start all over again. And whether you call it a flood or volcanoes, super volcanoes, or whatever, that's kind of what happened. It stopped this global society. It broke it down, and then they had to start all over again. It's starting back from ground zero. The difference was that the seeds and the animal husbandry were very far advanced, and you had people in the top of Chile and Peru starting all over again with the same type of people in ancient Greece and Mesopotamia and other areas like that, starting all over again from a great epoch that destroyed everything.
Like now, a cataclysmic event type thing.
Yeah, exactly. It was.
Carol points out that there are many species of fish that were also supposed to be extinct that have been found alive.
Oh, right. Yes. Talk about like the coelacanth
and they find new ones too.
They
just never
recently. Yes, I've been finding a lot.
Yeah. So we have. Yeah. So we have not been looking at this in perspective. And the perspective is that all of our history is really compressed over a short period of time and not billions of years, because geologists say today the Earth has destroyed itself and then reformed itself 5 times.
5 or 7?
5 times. 5 times.
Okay.
Now, the Navajos say we are in the 5th age. And that would be, well, okay, the universe has collapsed and expanded 5 times, and we're in the 5th age, or 4 times, and we're in the 5th age, or the Earth has destroyed itself and recongealed 4 times, and we're in the 5th age now. So even the Navajo and some of the other Indian tribes talk about the ages, the 5th age, and that's what we're kind of in now. Okay, the Mayan calendar has said that in 2012 was the beginning of the end. So that is the 5th age. It's the beginning of the end. And so a lot of people
like a rebirth. People thought it was the apocalypse, but it was more like of a rebirth. Of,
right. We're going to go through a major epoch, meaning lots of destruction, lots of chaos, and then we'll pull ourselves out of it again. Okay, so like I said, a lot of this comes from like different resources, but I just want to be able to do a narrow timeline to get everybody kind of on the on my path here, my path of death and destruction here. So about 437,000 years ago, the Anunnaki came, and they started mining for gold and developing what they called a permanent colony on the earth. And this is where we get all the Mesopotamian and all the Persian gods and goddesses, Marduk, Gilgamesh, the 12 books of Gilgamesh, Marduk, that they were still worshiping as a god, even when the Jews had been captured by Babylon and taken to Babylon. The king said, you have to bow down and worship Marduk. Okay, Marduk to them was 2,000 or 3,000 years in the past, but their belief system was that he was still alive and that he would come back and either judge them or help them in their survival technique. This is the whole idea of God's coming and God's leaving. Okay.
Now are you talking about they had like a king's list,
right? And
they supposedly lived for like 120,000 years. And
the king's list goes back to 266,000 years.
Okay.
So it's right after the Anunnaki built these gold mines and these colonies. And then they left a king. Okay. Now they could have appointed them, or they could have been a descendant of them. Marduk was only 1/3 man and 2/3 God. Gilgamesh was the same thing, 2/3 God, 1/3 man. So they were still 10 feet tall, and they still were Anunnaki genetics. But over time, they started to select humans to do this. So the King's List begins 266,000 years ago, pre-flood. Yeah. And the longest one that was there was 30,000 years. His reign was 30,000 years. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. And
the son of Marduk right there.
Yeah. And so the kings, some of the kings had incredibly long reigns, 30,000 years, 20,000 years, without any problem. Now, that was on our planet. On their planet, their average lifespan was 990 years. So about 1,000 years. But on ours was almost 30 times that. So they lived incredibly long, and they were tyrant kings. So they continued to research for gold, develop gold mines, and save it for the Anunnaki for their return. So the Anunnaki would come down, bless the kings, you did a great job, pat them on the head, and then just take all the gold, and they would just disappear. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so the idea of worshiping gold in Mesopotamia and the Persian area was on the mere basis that they were saving it, hoarding the gold for their gods, the Anunnaki, that eventually take the credit for creating us. Okay.
Right.
So the Anunnaki are on the earth for give or take, this could be a little bit more, about 50,000 years in different pockets all over the world, all over the earth, because they were mining, extracting silver and gold and palladium, just like we do today. They're doing the same exact thing. So they were here for quite some time, and they were doing this extraction for their own planet. They were just taking it back to their own planet. Some of them say they were putting it into the atmosphere to keep them warm and survive. And other people say, no, they were just taking it from the earth and exchanging it and trading it and using it for their own means, which is neither here nor there. We're powerless to defend ourselves from this. And they hold it over our heads that they created us. They created us. So there you go. Well, after they had been here for quite some time, okay, this was 437,000 years ago, the Anunnaki came. About 37,000 years later, there was another group of Pleiadians that came. Now, they went to Mars and built cities on Mars, and they came to Antarctica, and they settled in Antarctica as a mining operation. Okay. And it's still there today. Antarctica City was found by Admiral Byrd, and Admiral Byrd flew in, they got him by their UFOs, and they took his plane into Antarctica City. And it has been there for more than 400,000 years. And it was a mining colony, basically. Okay. Well, the word gets out. The word gets out. And 109. Okay. And then, so this is 437,000 years ago. And then we go to 400,000 years ago. The Pleiadians arrive on Mars and on the Earth as a mining colony. Now, what happens is that they're here they're here. And then about 200,000 years ago, the Chinese and the Hindu or the Hindu Indian arrived 200,000 years ago. Now, in the article about the nuclear reactor, it says that man's emergence was about 200,000 years ago.
That's true. Yes.
So the timeline here is very interesting. So then there's one last group that arrives. Okay, we have the Hindu Indians talking about Vishnu and Brahma, and then we have the Chinese. And what are they talking about? Their first emperor who rode around on a yellow dragon. And
was it not John Dee? It's D. I think.
John Dee was the British Empire under Queen Elizabeth. Yeah,
something.
We're talking about him too.
One D. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the first emperor, and he is buried in a pyramid exactly the same size and scale as the Great Pyramid of Giza. Okay. That's what's unique. But, okay, let me just roll this around. We have one more group that arrives, and that is called the Orions. The Orions arrive.
Okay.
And they see the Anunnaki in the Persian area. They see the Pleiadians in Antarctica and Mars, and they just say, hey, there's no one here to stop us. So we can just take over the entire planet as long as we leave everybody else alone. And that's what they did. Now, the Orions, you can start at Giza and go widthwise 100 miles. Start at the Pyramid of Giza and go widthwise 100 miles, and then go all the way around the Earth. And if you angle it up with Sacsayhuaman, with other areas, even in Bosnia, there will be pyramids.
Yes, Bosnia. They're fascinating.
Yeah,
Bosnian
China.
pyramids. Mhm.
China has tons of pyramids. Tons of pyramids. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, they
Yes.
do.
They just don't let us see them
Yeah.
too much.
Yeah.
because
In World War II, we flew over China, and we were taking photographs for maps, making maps, and we found them. When we found them, it was in the 40s, and they
Wow.
were larger than almost anything we've ever seen until the Bosnian pyramids, and they were like the largest that we've ever seen, man-made. Okay, all of this design was from the Orions. Now, they were here so long that they decided to jumpstart everything: mining operations, city construction, and nuclear power. And nuclear power was the key. So
Mhm.
everything they did with the pyramids and nuclear power was to harness the energy, the natural energy from the earth via the pyramids. But when that wasn't as successful, they just developed nuclear reactors and just started building them. Okay. Now, if
Right.
you can, now back in the 70s, again in 72, the reason why 72 is such an interesting year is because everyone is uranium mining. And where do we find uranium? In America. We
Mhm.
find over 18 different locations in America today that have uranium 235 in them. And
Wow.
they're next to the same areas we live in. Virginia, Arizona, Las Vegas, Texas, there are these pockets of this uranium. And back in the 70s, we were digging it all up to do what? Make our own nuclear bombs.
Right.
Right.
So they were taking this mined ore, smashing it up, and they sent it to you might say a graviton. Anyway, it's this big thing that whirls around the debris and then shoots off, it siphons off the nuclear pile and siphons it off so they can put it into a rod. Okay, but we were building nuclear warheads at the time. So everyone went out and we mined the stuff out in Nevada and out in the Mojave Desert to extinction. There are no more uranium mines in that area. Okay. Now, the Mojave Desert is a desert, it's below sea level. But at
Mhm.
one time on the Jurassic maps, there was a river there. And during that time, there was a city there. And that city required nuclear power. Now, there's 18 different nuclear radioactive power plants in America. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. The one in Africa was one of the largest, but there was over 90 different power plants. That means 90 different cities in Africa doing the same thing we're doing today: diamonds, gold, silver, and they were mining, but they were doing it with nuclear power plants because that's the technology they brought. Okay.
Right.
Fascinating.
It's awesome.
Ancient.
Okay. And this is not, to me, that's not very long ago, but the
No.
Orions did something wrong to somebody out there. And they went into a war, extraplanetary war with the Zetas. Now, the Zetas have always coveted the Earth. They've always wanted the Earth. I don't know why. I don't know how. They always want the Earth, but they just want the Earth. And so they attacked the Orions and they blew up all their nuclear power plants.
Cheapers.
And okay, there was no power plants in Mexico. There was none in Canada. They were basically in Africa and America.
Mm-hmm.
And they were operational and they were fueling the cities. So now what we have is the Zetas coming in, not touching the Anunnaki, not touching the Pleiadians in the South Pole or Antarctica. They just nuke the Orion's power plants. And between all of that, they nuke the nuclear power plants. Between all that, the radiation plumes up and kills as many people as possible. And that radioactive decay destroyed a lot or enhanced a lot of our DNA. Now, the human DNA was damaged, and there was a de-evolution of us. So to save the human race, extraterrestrials came, they brought the moon, and they started to colonize the Earth, but they decided, no, I think we need to stay out of these people's way, but we're going to give them new DNA so that they will redevelop their natural form of evolution. So out of this war, this 11-month war with the Zetas, the Orions are just devastated. They just lose everything. And they just decide to pack up and head out. And they've not been back, you might say, legitimately since. But in the meantime, Antarctica City is still there and still functioning. And it's called the City of Crystal, or the City, City of Crystal, the Crystal City. And it's kind of the idea of the Wizard of Oz, going to the Emerald City, where everything is magic and everything takes place. And, you don't have to want or worry about anything because it's all there.
It's all there for you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all there for you. And that is kind of the remnant of the tale of Antarctica City. Now, there's also Anunnaki bases in Antarctica, and they have been found, and they are still active and working as if the building itself is AI, it's sentient, and it is ready to be used as soon as they come back. Now,
where is that located in Antarctica? Is it one of the bases, like our base, or
no, it's not our base. It's in this, almost in the center of Antarctica, below an ice shelf. Now it's black. Yeah, it's black. They call it like a black granite or basalt. So it's like black, smooth. Think of a graveyard stone. Think of a stone in the graveyard, how smooth it is.
A marble one would be
polished to perfection. And the letters that are there are very, very similar to cuneiform. They're very similar to cuneiform, but the letters glow. They glow and pulse just like there's an energy source behind them.
Wow.
Like a nightlight. Think of it like a nightlight. Yeah. And so these letters go up and down the walls, and you can, if you could read it, I guess you could see what it's read. Now, this one installation, which is a small installation, is 9 acres square with no support beams. It's over 40 feet tall.
Oh. So
that's just the room. That's just one room. Okay. The reason why it is because the Anunnaki are 10 feet tall. So you got to have some headroom.
Right.
Giants.
They're sort of like the giants that, are detailed in the Bible.
Yeah. And then people talk about the Nephilim. Well, you're talking about the descendants of the Anunnaki.
Right. No, I agree.
And like I said,
we have a couple of questions in the audience.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I love what Linda said. So she wants to know if Joshua's up next.
Joshua actually had a couple of questions here, and I'd like to touch on these before we go further.
Sure.
Ask what Dr. Michael thinks of the day the sun consumes our planet. Yes, I know life will be long dead before consumption, but was interested in your mind's eye of that or anything about that.
Yeah. In about 4.6 billion years from now, our sun will expand and burn off all the planets on the inner solar system. So Earth will go with it. But before that happens, it will relieve what we call coronal mass ejections.
CMEs.
Yeah, CMEs. And if you get hit by one of those, it'll knock down your ozone. It'll knock down your power grid. It'll knock down.
Yeah, the grid is gone.
Yeah,
it's
EMP
a viable threat. In our lifetimes, it could happen.
I was going to say because it's on that cycle right now, which I don't mean to scroll off the.
Every 11 years, it goes through the cycle.
Yes, and it's really bad. The CMEs have been really, really bad.
Yeah, we're waiting for that one. It was what did they call that in the one that hit Canada?
Kensington.
Kensington, is that what it is?
Event.
Yeah, that was a
Carrington
event. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's where all the Morse code things lit up like a coronal.
Yes.
They were like glowing, like and like I said, before all that time, I'd say in about 100 million years, whoever's going to be alive, it will rip away our ozone layer. So we will not be able to survive on the surface, and it'll start to look a lot like Mars. Plants will die because of radiation. Other life will spring forth for a temporary time, and then it will die because of lack of water or whatever. And so the Earth will, like Carl Sagan said, it'll have one last perfect day. And then after that, it'll never be the same. All suns will die. They'll all expand, become red giants, and some turn into supernovas, and then others become black holes. So if we look at our time scale, I mean, we're like a tsetse fly. We're here and we're gone in just seconds. So if you look at our solar system over 10, 20 billion years, if you look at that, it is smaller than what it was. Its color is different. It's not this orange. It's gone this dark red. So you can see it burning off its fuel quite readily, and there is no stopping it. It's just a natural phenomenon, and it's going to, in its death throes, throw out a lot of stuff that the Earth and other planets just cannot endure, just will not be able to endure. Yeah,
they're like X flares, but they're even more powerful than that.
Yeah.
So.
Josh had another question for you, and I think
Yeah.
this is a good one. Yes. All right. Have you ever encountered an alien?
Me?
Yes. You first.
Not physically, no. But when I hate to say this, when I was 16, when I was 15 and 16, I saw my fair share of UFOs. And about 5 years ago, I just stepped off of my back porch, and there was an AI drone, not from this planet. I can tell you that. I can guarantee you that. Fly right over my backyard at treetop level.
Jeepers.
And it was seen by a couple of other people.
Well, that's good.
So I wasn't the only one, but I reported it. And so I'm not, bumped into them knowingly, but
So then you go aboard the craft, kind of.
You get abducted.
Yeah. If I went aboard the craft, it was definitely in the middle of the night, and I was like sleepy or, hypnagogic state.
Yeah.
Now, okay.
Sorry to take you off topic, but
I have been told that if you're not telepathic, it's a crime in the alien society. And
is that right?
It's kind of like a crime. It's like, oh, you can't be with us. We can't really get along with you, not unless we're all telepathic. And I think that's kind of strange. I think that's a real reason why we're not really in the Galactic Federation, is because we can't read anybody else's mind, and we can't read each other's mind.
Right.
And like I said, schizophrenia is the first phase of telepathy. So whoever's schizophrenic is hearing all this stuff in their head. They can't decipher it, but it means they're on the verge of being telepathic.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I really don't.
And so we give people drugs to turn that off.
Right.
Turn the volume down.
Yes.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Now,
highly psychic people have more of an issue getting rid of the voices than they do trying to hear them. Right. Right. It becomes a nuisance to them.
Shut it down. Like
now they can't really shut it down. They envy us because when we go to sleep, we're just gone. They go to sleep and they're still connected. They're still plugged in. So they do just about as much work in a light sleep. They never really get a deep sleep, but they do just as much work in a light sleep as they do when they're awake, because they're always plugged into the network, the telepathy network. Okay, but okay, let me just say this. Okay, there's a couple of Air Force guys. Okay, and this is an old story, but there was a couple of Air Force guys, and they met a gray. a gray alien. I don't know if it was a Zeta gray, but it was a gray. And the gray decided to do something because the gray felt the humans were a bit slow. Okay. Well, they're around military men, so I understand that. But anyway, so the gray felt they were a little slow. So what they did was the gray was able to download all of their knowledge into the human mind. They did it psychically. Okay. So this guy,
The download.
yeah. Now they recreated this in the movie Paul.
Yeah.
In the
remember
movie
that.
Paul, he had to put his hand on you and he could download all of his information. Okay. Well, in the real world, the gray just looked at them and just started downloading. And they said that the download was so intense that they would feel like puking. It was just like they feel like they were going to vomit because they couldn't handle all that information. And then the Zeta would say, "Well, now you know what I deal with. Your brain's like a thimble, and mine's like the ocean. It's totally totally open, getting all this information coming in, and yours is like a closed off thimble." And the Air Force guys just, well, they didn't like being insulted, but at the same time, they realized that is so true. These guys are psychically and telepathically so far advanced that we couldn't even compete. Okay, so there was this guy named Bill Uhouse, and you can look this guy up on YouTube. Bill Uhouse worked with a gray called J-Rod, and this is where this kind of comes out. So when they were working on an underground railroad system out at Area 51 and S4. So when they come across a problem, they'd ask J-Rod, and J-Rod would go, "Okay, yeah, here's your problem." Now, he talked to you telepathically, and he used your voice in your head. So you just think you're talking to yourself, but he would give you the answer. And then the guy, Bill Uhouse, says, "Where do you get your information?" And he goes, "From all the other grays out there." So no matter where you are at in the universe, they're still in contact.
Yeah, like a network kind of thing.
It is a network. So you have one guy who's reading a book on Alpha Centauri, and you have another guy here on Earth wanting to know what's in that book. Well, he just downloads it. So they all have access to the same information all over the universe at the same time, instantaneously.
That very much is like a network, and maybe that is the next level. Mental networks.
So what?
Neuralink and
Yes. So what do we create? We create the internet. And what is the internet? It's a copy, a lower generation copy of the brain, of the neural brain.
Yeah.
And it just spans all over the world. We have just recreated what happens in our brains naturally.
Right.
Yes.
And I totally believe in this. I mean, we've had clairaudient experiences and, just heard things that weren't there, but we certainly heard them. We'd hear them together.
Yes.
In some instances. And like, that's really trippy, and it doesn't show up on a recorder, but we hear it like loudly. And, we've talked about that before, and it's very fascinating. It's like the spirits, and perhaps they are, of alien origin, because we don't know exactly who we're talking to. We're able to just manipulate our perceptions, perhaps even our eardrums.
Right. The old gods in ancient Greece, they said that we would talk to you in your dreams and give you suggestions and ideas because, they were the muses, or Athena or whatever would help you. And the whole situation was that, they could do it if they were telepathic. And they could get into your subconscious and put those suggestions in there. I agree to that. Yeah, sure. But did they? That's the question. I don't know. Ulysses, Ulysses said, we've aged as a human race. We've aged and we've grown beyond you. We grew up. Okay. And we don't really need gods anymore. So Ulysses is saying man is clever enough to really, um, function on his own. Okay. In First Samuel, I had it was like 8 through 18. The Jewish people go to Samuel and say, we don't want Jehovah anymore. We don't want Yahweh. We want a human king, a king who's wise and who knows us. So the Jewish people went through that. And it's the same way with the king's list. Suddenly, the Anunnaki are gone. The gods are gone. The king's list is in effect. And those kings are the same as gods. They're ordained by the gods. And we have that today with Queen Elizabeth and the British monarchy, is that they're ordained by God. And they hold a orb in one hand and a staff in the other. And all that comes from antiquity to say that we are the unabashed rulers of mankind. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
All of this comes from the Anunnaki. Okay, so
yeah, I like to say that there's always been a 1%, and that starts with the Anunnaki.
Yeah. There's always been
created the humans, and they were just, hey, you go work in the mines, mine me some gold.
Right.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
If you go to ancient Egypt, around the second building of the second pyramid that's there, you'll find graves of the workers that were not mummified. They were just put into a box.
Yes.
And they are all bent over, not to fit into the box because they were just bent over. And
if they were working so bloody hard picking up things
quarrying rock, and making mud and stuff. But the whole idea was that we call it back-breaking labor. And that is still in our vocabulary today. I'm breaking my back over here. I'm breaking, I'm breaking my bust. Yeah, I'm busting my butt.
Say it all the time.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same. It goes all the way back to the building of the Orion and the Egyptian pyramids by mankind. And you have to ask yourself, why weren't these people mummified?
Oh, there was a cost too, right? Associated with it.
Exactly.
Yeah. In the Egyptian afterlife, it costs money.
Right. So slaves and dirty little humans didn't have the money to be mummified, so they just threw them in a box, ossuary or just a stone box, and just buried them because they were useless. They were chattel. They were just they were to be used as a service and then be discarded. That was the whole thing. If you look back in some of the Egyptian records, you'll find that the king or the pharaohs gave their workers beer and bread free.
They did.
Just to kill the pain. So they'd show back up for work. They may have been half drunk, but they were pain free.
How many people are working for, Budweiser on the weekend and a little bread,
Yeah.
We're still doing it. It's the same thing with just labor.
Yeah, it's just been branded. So in Rome, in the last years of Rome, they gave away bread free. So you could go down to your bread baker or your baker and say, I'm the Lynch family. And there's like 8 in our family. So I need like 4 loaves of bread. Or give me 2 loaves of bread now. I'll come back later on and I'll pick up another 2 loaves. And there is actually a tally inscription on the walls in Pompeii where you would have the name of a family and the score marks of how many bread that they should get. And so Rome was trying to give away like free bread and all this other stuff to keep the people from revolting. You see,
I know they would stand in lines waiting at the end of the day after the bakery was getting ready to close, and the bakers would go out and give them free bread. And just like you said,
right,
families, the original bread line.
Yeah, the original bread line. Now, in France, they didn't do this. They arrested you if you were poor, or they'd arrest you if you were unemployed. And so they put everybody into the Bastille. Well, the French Revolution started out because they didn't have any yarn to make clothes. They didn't have any food. They didn't have anything. And if they did, they were either taxed or thrown in jail. So Bastille Day came out of saying, my relatives haven't done anything wrong. They're just poor, and we want them out. And even the guards that were guarding the Bastille opened the gates because they say, that's my mother, that's my brother, that's my sister,
Right.
and I'm not going to harm them. And they virtually opened the gates to the Bastille and let everybody out. Well, of course, the king and all the authorities and the power said, oh, you should be arrested for that. That's treason. But at the same time, it's true. The populace will rise up and overthrow their government, no matter what they've been trained to do.
Mhm.
Okay, there was another question here. I just want to answer that real quick. The Chinese and the Hindus came from an area. Well, the Hindus especially came from an area in the Pleiades. They're part Pleiadian. Okay, in that constellation of the Pleiades. Okay, they came from there. Now the Chinese came from someplace a little bit different, but it was the same technology that got them here. They were brought here. Now the Hindus came in their own craft, and they arrived. The Chinese were helped in coming here because their planet was dying. We have to come up to the concept when you get into extraterrestrials. Planets live and they die, and then sometimes they restart and sometimes they don't. And so if a planet is on the verge of dying, they extract all the populace as much as they can, and they transplant them on other planets. And they do that throughout the cosmos.
Seeding kind of leads us to
Yes.
breeding programs and things of that nature. Yeah.
Now, when when all this started to take place, again, if you look at the bloodlines, there was no such thing as negative blood. Then all of a sudden, there's negative blood on the planet. And it came from the Nordics, that arrived 16,000 years ago. It came from some of the Anunnaki. They were negative. Bigfoot is negative blood type. Melba Ketchum says he has a negative blood type all the way through negative O, negative, B, negative AB.
Okay.
So they're not from this planet. I did a profile, and in Peru, or Chile, and up in the mountains of Peru, the entire civilization is all O positive.
Is that like Machu Picchu you're talking about? Or
Yeah. So
Oh.
there are what we call normal humans
Mm.
who've not been infected by AB blood, and they're all still congregated in these high mountain regions. So it's not uncommon to find O positives still on the earth as a predominant blood type. But the negatives come in right after the fall, or right before and right after the fall of Atlantis. And then, excuse me, all of this is going around to where somewhere out there in the strata of our past, Michael Cremo, in his book Forbidden Archaeology, talks about a cosmic war. Cosmic war. And that cosmic war changed the face of the planet and changed our DNA for whatever reason. And that had been a nuclear exchange. Okay, even in the Hindu parables, they talk about atomic wars, arrows that hit their target and blow up. There are cylinder seals of nuclear bombs and the explosion of a nuclear warhead. So we know that the Hindus they were fighting amongst themselves, but they had these weapons of mass destruction, and they brought them with them to us, to here, along with the Orions that built all these nuclear reactors. And for every nuclear reactor had a major city connected to it.
Now, I had a quick question on that. So when we talk about the Zetas, like Zeta Reticuli, Orion, I assume we're talking about stars around Orion's belt. How do we know like one from another based on, what's been discovered? Is it really through communications with them? And some people seem to be able to talk to the
Yeah.
aliens, more
Yeah.
easily.
There's a whole program with the U.S. military, whether you call it Project, it's not even Stargate. This is so far beyond Stargate, it makes me want to blush. But they were taking young 18-year-olds right out of high school, inducting them into the military, and they were doing these special tests. I guess they called psyche evals, psychological evaluations.
Mhm.
And everyone thought, oh, this is just a standard psyche eval. So they'd go on and there'd be multiple list questions, and you would click the one that you thought was the correct answer. There's no real correct answer, but it was just to give you a psychological profile. Are you a schizophrenic? Are you a psychopathic? Are you sociopathic? Whatever. And they didn't want a crazy man in the ranks. So they kept going through this. Well, on the second level, you actually talk about your intuition. And this is a whole different test. But this was filled out by a lot of 18-year-olds. Well, what happens is some colonel walks in and says, you, and you go over here to this special not rehab, but it's just a special center to be further evaluated. And they would walk in and they were virtually told or how to become telepathic.
Okay.
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 Yeah, I buy into this. Go ahead.
Okay. Now let me just go back a little bit further. In Vietnam, there was not a general. He was like a major, something like that, retired major. And in Vietnam, he went in and he talked to soldiers and he taught them how to dowse.
Wow.
And they said, okay, if you learn how to dowse, you can find any Viet Cong foxhole or underground facility by dowsing. And so they had this like a park. It looked like a city park.
Mhm.
And it had trash cans and it had trees and stuff like that. Well, they had purposely gone out and dug these holes. We call them like little rabbit holes, just big enough to crawl into.
Mhm.
And they covered them with straw and they covered them with a trash can and whatever. And these guys went out for their dowsing test to find these holes. They had a 90% accuracy rate. So they weren't using metal detectors or Geiger counters. They were walking out with two sticks and they were dowsing these foxholes. So the military, even back in World War II, the British set up a war room. Now, this war room was fake. Okay.
Mhm.
And they had these dowsers come in. A lot of them said they were professional dowsers. And they put a map out of the Atlantic Ocean. This is England. Here's the Atlantic Ocean. And here is a convoy coming from America to England. And they said, okay, nothing's marked on this map. You don't know where it is. That's top secret information. But we want you to dowse and find the submarines that are in the wolf pack. They're following the wolf pack underwater. We want you to find the German submarine boats, U-boats. And the dowsers would sit there with a little pendulum, and then they would dowse over this map. And they had this one old guy, he was like in his 70s, 80s, and he just put his finger on the map and said, okay, there's one right there. Call your people, drop some death charges, scare that guy away. And so they went and he did it again. And there were 4 submarines this time. And he says, okay, there's 4 submarines around this convoy of ships, this wolf pack, and we need you to start launching depth charges. And so they call the fleet and they said, okay, we have an estimate of 4 U-boats around your area. You may not see them on radar yet or sonar, but they're there. Okay, so just take a precaution. And so they send out this little ship. It's not a battleship, it's a little bit smaller than a battleship, interceptor or something. And they were started launching off depth charges. Okay. Well, they just launched them off in those quadrants that this guy pointed to. And lo and behold, they were not attacked for the entire fleet, the entire trip. So the fleet survived and they chased away the U-boats. Okay. Well, This was so top secret that between this and the Enigma machine, the breaking of the code of the Enigma machine, these guys were so accurate they could just pinpoint anybody anywhere as long as they had a target. They just needed a map, and it's called map dowsing. And a lot of people are just that good. I mean, they just that good.
Right.
So. So there's in the military, there's different departments, whether you call it the Department of Theoretical Physics under the Pentagon, or if it's called the Department of Psychological Evaluations under the CIA, or whether it's the OSS and its counterintelligence or whatever. They have their own little psychic spy dude in there. And before anyone actually understood this, there was something called the UFO special agent assigned to every military base in America. So if you saw a UFO around an Air Force base, this guy, this special agent, would show up, pull out his goggles, take a look, and then he would report the type of ship that he saw. And then somebody would say, okay, they're benevolent, don't fire on them. Or we don't know what that is, or that could be a hostile. But somebody somewhere deep in the White House or Congress or one of the agencies,
one of the
knew what was going on. Now, again,
DOD could be anybody.
Yeah, it could be anybody. I mean, but a lot of these departments are left over from World War II. So their acronyms started to change. So the OSS and OSI turn into the CIA. And then the FBI changed. It was Bureau of Domestic Affairs or something like that. And they turned into the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So a lot of things started to change. And so these acronyms changed along with it. Well, what happened is the people at the top, the 1%ers who really wanted to run the show, just said, okay, you can report, and then it goes into a dead file and it'll just disappear.
Yeah. Right. We've talked about like how ATIP, is stood for many different things, like 7 different things, that the acronym can stand for. So people couldn't really file, Freedom of Information Act. But I wanted to touch on one quick thing. This book here, Beyond UFOs, was recommended to me by Nathaniel, our mutual friend, Nathaniel J. Gillis, buddy. This talks about the Free Organization and their survey. Edgar Mitchell was, I think, founded that survey. And what they found in the survey, was a large survey, and it's a lot of what this book is about, so those results, is that people who had alien abduction experiences come back a lot of times, or most times, with some sort of enhanced psychic ability. It could be anything from they get really good to astral projection. It could be remote viewing, which I see you mentioned in chat, kind of going on about that. And that's an amazing thing. So it's almost like, you talk about they need telepathy to communicate, and they kind of think, well, you're kind of stupid because you can't do it. Well, maybe they are trying in their own way. People seem to be open to more psychic experiences post abduction.
Yeah. Now, in Project Stargate, that was just technical remote viewing, but at the same time, they actually had a cognitive experience because they could hear sounds and they could see things without using their eyes. So they were just using their own consciousness in order for the target. You see what I'm saying? And there's 2 things about this. You can't travel in time without a witness, and you can't technically remote view without a witness. You shouldn't. And that is the whole thing, is that that is the whole thing. You have to have a witness. And I don't understand that. But when you time travel, you have to have a witness. And then when you technically remote view, you have to have a witness. So,
that's why I read Takura with the comment. A lot of our technology here in Japan, she's from Tokyo. I believe it's not from Earthlings, AI, and replacing certain organs with man-made parts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. AI in the next few years is going to make several major advances. Okay, and the biggest advance that we're going to use it for is biotechnology. And I do a report in the Lynch Factor about this. And the idea is that, okay, we have AI software now that if you just type in blue apples, blue apple in a red apple, assortment, this AI in crayon, it's called crayon, will produce a photorealistic photo of a blue apple in a bowl of red apples.
I'd like to see what program they're using, because we do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then,
use one of those art programs.
Yeah.
Actually, I have one on my iPhone that's quite interesting. But sometimes the results are really wackadoodle. And
they're really
other times they're like
weird.
really spot on. So it's interesting. I guess it goes through a big database of AI out there, and
with the red
right.
apple,
Puts it
blue
together,
apple, and just
right.
amazing.
So,
Go ahead.
now they're okay. So, okay, let's say you have sickle cell anemia, or let's say you have green eyes and red hair, and you don't want your kid to have green eyes, red hair, or sickle cell anemia, or anything like that. So what you do is you go down to your local geneticist, and he uses your DNA and he feeds it to the AI. And the AI says, oh, okay, you have a 65% chance of having a redheaded child. And you go, well, can anything be done about this? And they go, yeah, we'll just give you an alternate DNA, and we'll insert that into a cell, and then it'll just go from there. And then they say, what will it look like? What will my child look like? And then the AI will just be able to show you exactly what your child's going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
So we can genetically now, and through AI, it will come up with a proper genetic prescription to prevent future markers in our bodies.
Or by looking like the mailman.
Yeah, just by adding a few genes or taking a few genes away or correcting the epigenetics in the DNA, your life expectancy can increase. You can have children that won't have your carriers, like if you have MS or something like this. Now, in gene 19 and gene 21, or 20 and 21, has all of your basic things in it. So if you're going to get arthritis, if you're going to have a heart condition, if you're going to have scoliosis, it's just right there in your blood, in those genes. And so an AI can take a look at that and say, okay, we can prevent future generations from having this. And here's the prescription for it. Add this gene, replace that gene, blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
And
CRISPR.
and throw it in CRISPR. And then boom, you've got it. And it will show you what that child is going to look like at 5 months, 10 months, 5 years, 10 years. And they're not going to have your problem. So let's say the average female is around 5'2", 5'5", and you say, well, I'd like to have a tall daughter. And my husband's not very tall, so we'd like to. Well, in the old days, you just give them growth hormone at a very young age, and then they would grow tall. Okay. Well, today we don't do that as much. But anyway, we don't do that. But we can do it on a cellular level. Manipulate the genes through CRISPR, and the AI will tell us what genes to include. And lo and behold, we have a brand new recipe for life. Now, this is just the beginning. If we have to go to another planet, let's say a planet that's bigger, has a higher density, or it has a different sun that we have, and we need to change our eyes, we can develop astronauts that will go to and colonize on that planet where they came from Earth, but they're not us. They're 2.0 for that planet.
Genetically made.
Yeah.
Genetically manipulated.
Breeding programs might be for, right? Like they would breed and see, like, all right, how does this work out? We throw these genes in, and
but instead of doing multiple generations, instead of doing 5 or 10 generations, we can do it in a couple of hours. We'll know exactly what the prescription is. So we just type in, bright sun under these conditions. We need a certain type of skin. We need a certain type of eyes. We need a certain type of resistance to that environment. And we just type it in, and the AI will take it from there. I mean, it will just
do the work for us.
Do all the work for us. Yeah.
Tie it right into
Yeah.
Chris Prim. Just
Yeah.
have it.
Exactly. Yeah.
So where were we?
Right.
Anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the
No.
Orion. Okay. The Orions arrive, and then they just start taking over a lot of the energy grids on the planet Earth, and they build objects that are still here today. But because of the Zeta War, a lot of these things were nuked, and then they went through what was called, in my day, the China Syndrome. Now, 3 Mile Island almost went through a China Syndrome. And that's when the fusion reaction gets so hot, it burns off all the water, and then it just starts to melt. Now, the theory of the China Syndrome is it melts into the ground and keeps heating up, and then it continues to go down into the Earth crust. It could go down a mile. It could go down 100 miles as soon as it stops the fission reaction. And then it just keeps burning its way down. Okay. Well, after so far, it reaches a congruency, and then it's the weight of the stuff it went through, the rock, the shell, the granite, whatever went through, and then that builds up on top of it and starts to squeeze it. And so, if you're looking for an old reactor that has gone through a China Syndrome, it would be in Africa, or it would be in America under hundreds of feet of strata, and then you have to go down and dig it up and mine it. And then you sell it to the government, and they refine it. They throw it through their magnetic centrifuge, and then they refine it, and they put it into a nuclear bomb. And that's how we developed our stockpile in the 60s and 70s, was by mining this old uranium. Okay, today, the only reason why we have nuclear reactors today is to build nuclear warheads.
Right.
The pile that they leave behind is recompressed and then put into the nose cone of a ICBM.
All right. It doesn't really decay like other substances.
Right.
Correct. Right.
You know, it's like that phrase, dig a hole to China.
Yeah.
It's something that I used to hear a lot growing up, but I don't hear people say that as much.
I do. I say it to my cats when they're
in the box, they're digging a hole to China.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cats will be right there with the
yeah. Anyway,
uranium.
Sorry.
No. There was a movie that came out a long time ago. I think it's like 78 or something like that. I don't know. But it's called The China Syndrome. And it had Jack Lemmon in it, I think. And they were talking about a reactor getting ready to go nuclear, and people are saying, well, is it going to blow up? And he says, oh, no, it's not going to blow up. It's going to blow down. And then we look at Fukushima, their reactor, that blew up. They didn't blow down, you see. But what the crazy thing about Fukushima was, all their spent uranium pellets were off into a heavy water containment system, and they would have gone nuclear if that had gone China Syndrome. If that had gone down, it would have created so much thermal heat, it would have been as if it was a nuclear bomb. Now, it blew up and it infected 100-mile radius around that reactor. And so a lot of Chinese people had to evacuate their homes, and because they were so hot, the radioactive was so hot. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And now that radiation has spread all over the Pacific Ocean, and there are things, genetically modified things, washing up on Oregon and Washington's Seattle coast, the coastlines of an invasive species that we've never seen before.
Right.
Certain kinds of mollusks and different things.
Definitely because of that.
Actually floated over, which is amazing. And created havoc over there. Irene notes that Fukushima had the same problems, and the amount of UFOs visiting the island was unbelievable before the earthquake.
Yeah.
Before it happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I want to tell a lot of happy-go-lucky people, because of Fukushima, that means these UFOs had the capacity to save a lot of people and to reduce the effect of that tsunami. But they just were there to watch. And there were several there were Pleiadian UFOs, there were Syrian UFOs, there are different sections of UFOs that were there. And they just watched it. monitored it. As the tsunami waves were coming in, there is video of UFOs flying over that northern area where the tsunami did its worst damage.
Wow.
So if
Interesting.
a lot of people think they're going to come and save us and take us off world, it's just, whatever suits their interest. It doesn't really,
Yeah.
so I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying they don't have to if they don't want to,
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Mhm.
I think Linda Judd had a question.
She did. She says, "Is it true that the U.S. has the only uranium?"
No. Russia has manufactured their own. India has manufactured their own. France has manufactured their own. There are more nuclear reactors in France than you can shake a stick at. You can't throw a stick in France without hitting the nuclear reactor. That's how many they have. In India, they're building them about one every 2 years. And so they'll have over 50 nuclear reactors in India generating power for electricity. Now, in America, we have over 40, and some of them should be shut down because they're over 50 years old.
Yeah.
And I don't trust anything that old. Okay. And W. Bush wanted to build more nuclear reactors. I said no. That's not a good thing. We need to do other options because we have plenty of nuclear. Now, the Department of Energy, they're the culprit here. The Department of Energy gave money for the Human Genome Project. They also gave money to monitor nuclear reactors. Okay. And they also gave money to store nuclear reactor waste. Okay. And that is in salt mines. That is down deep in salt mines in America. There's a place off Norway, which they have hollowed out granite mountain. And they're putting nuclear waste in there.
And we're just ruining our planet left and right. I heard that. I saw one. I didn't hear it. I read it. That they're burying them now in the Pacific Ocean, some parts of the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, yeah.
And it's ridiculous what they're doing with it. It's just, we're already screwed, with the planet, and they're just screwing it up more.
Yeah.
The idea of Monty Burns on The Simpsons, taking reactor stuff and stuffing it in the city parks and trees and ditches and stuff like that. And then his logic was, well, maybe it's just natural evolution. The reason why the fish has 3 eyes. Maybe how would we know? How do we know if it wasn't? So the question is, well, we don't know if smoking causes cancer or not. We don't know if nuclear radiation is actually bad for the planet, but we just are running out of places to store it. We can't store the debris. Back in the 80s, we were talking about, can we get it into space and aim it toward the sun? All these spent rods. Well, a lot of people said, oh, that's retarded because our rocket technology isn't that good. But in a Superman movie, Superman actually got all the nuclear ICBMs and threw them into the sun. That is where, that this was long before that idea was ever, thought about. But the whole idea was we cannot, period, maintain the waste that we are creating through our nuclear reactors all over the planet. Now, there have been some people saying, well, we can incinerate it. We can neutralize it. We can do this. We can do that. Okay, the government will only give you money to build a nuclear reactor. It's not going to give you any money to destroy its fuel. Okay, so we're caught over that. So I have one group of people saying, "Oh no, you're just a hate monger." Lynch, we've got 100 years of good, breathable oxygen left, and strong kids and fresh water, and it's like.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. And then I got this group over here saying it's already too late. It's already too late. So I am in the middle, but I am trying to find resolutions.
Right, a solution.
To find out what's going on. Resolutions and then solutions, and then finalize that problem. Yeah. Other advanced societies had to have had, because of these mines that we're finding, this uranium. They had the same technology we have today. The difference is somehow they were able to deal with it. And we have not been able to find that answer. You know, that this is the crux. This is the crux of everything. So we run over to wind. Oh, I don't like the way those things look. They kill birds. No big deal. Okay, we run to solar. Oh, they're not that efficient. You know, it's going to take us years to become that efficient. Well, if we don't go somewhere, do something, you will not have an energy grid, period. And you will not have natural gas, second, and you'll not have oil. Because why? It takes electricity and natural gas to create the oil that you're using in your car as lubricant or as fuel. So the oil companies say, oh, this is cheap. This is easy. We pull it out of the ground and we refine it and we send it to you. Well, yes and no. You can't just live off of diesel and regular gasoline. You've got to have electricity somewhere in that mix. And you've got to generate it. You have to generate it. Okay. So back when I was younger, because of paranormal investigations, we actually came up with something called electron cell. Okay. Someone else actually developed it and invented it. And I think you can see it on YouTube, but it's a very thin piece of metal, a micro thin metal, and it weighs next to nothing. But electrons can pass through it, okay? Mm-hmm. And when they pass through it, you can just wave it or just let it sit there. As electrons pass through it, it generates a current. Okay, this is free energy, just flat out free energy. When we were in paranormal investigations, we found out that the orb, the consciousness in an orb form, when it flew by, it was burning electrons all the way around it. So there's nothing that passes through our environment, whether it's a ghost or whether it's a UFO or whatever, that doesn't move electrons around it.
Right? Yeah, very interesting. So manifestation may come from that. Quantum physics shows us that we don't always know where the electron is, right?
Right. But that doesn't. It doesn't matter as long as you're getting a charge. That's all that really. So we had these capacitors. They were big. They were DC capacitors, and they were about as big as this glass. They were pretty good size, and we would wear them. And we had two exposed pieces of copper wire on our arms, and we put them on our back, and we would connect them all up, and we go on a ghost investigation. As we go into an investigation, we would walk around a haunted house for about an hour. Okay. This is before we actually realized there was a vortex in those houses. But anyway, we'd walk around for about an hour, and then we'd go back and get a voltmeter and put on those capacitors. And lo and behold, they had a charge.
Yeah, we definitely did that in draining batteries.
People who don't know capacitors, that's what they do. They hold a charge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So some are
actually
volts.
Dangerous. Yeah.
Right.
So you could say, well, that's static electricity off the carpet. No, it's not. It's up in the air. We were just in the air in this haunted house that was filled with electrons. And that is free energy. That is just something you're just downloading from the air.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So paranormal investigations goes a lot further in physics than just, it's dark in here. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I mean, there's, like I said, a lot of physics in the paranormal, and you have to crawl in there and search it out. But there's a lot of answers in there too. So
we love experiments like that.
Yeah, fuel efficient cars.
That's a really good one.
That's a good experiment.
Yeah.
Just some comments up.
Yeah. Now,
look who's here.
Hey, what's up? What's up,
Nathaniel? You know this book.
Yeah. If you don't want to read it, you can kill somebody with it.
That's right.
It's a doorstop.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the way I'm going on this is, let me just say, okay, there was a guy. He drove from California to the patent office in Washington, D.C. on water. He took a gallon of water and would go 97 miles. Okay, so he would fill his car up with 15 gallons, just like a regular gasoline, 15 of water, just water. and he would drive. He would drive 100 miles per gallon on water.
We were just watching somebody saying this. So
Yes.
yes.
Okay. So he had patents in 6 other countries, except for one, America.
Of course not.
He couldn't do it. And so a group of people showed up at his door one day and they said, hey, let's go to lunch and you can tell us about your invention. Well, after that lunch, he got strychnine poisoning.
Oddly enough.
Oddly enough.
The thing that we were talking about was it was always a sort of urban legend when we were growing up about somebody who developed a carburetor that got 500 miles to the gallon or something, and he disappeared.
Yeah, the only way now back in my day, the only way you get any notoriety before there was an internet or anything like that, you would go to the Guinness World Book of Records, and you would call them up and you would say, "Hey, I got a carburetor that can get 200 miles per gallon." And then some guy would show up and say, okay, click, click. Let's test out this new carburetor, and they would actually demonstrate it. And it was actually written up in the, believe it or not, section. Yeah. And then those guys just disappeared. They just disappeared.
They vanished,
Is that like the CIA wet work? So we're going to go with that.
Oh, yeah.
Don't even get me started.
I'm not even going with CIA. They're not that smart. This is the oil companies. The oil companies
Well,
work.
They didn't want them
because
it's corporate.
Yeah.
Right. That's what they did to Tesla.
It's money. That's
Yes,
bottom line.
There was my kids look at me kind of funny, but I said back in the day, we did it all in our head. If we read something, we memorized it. It was all in our head. Yeah. We didn't write anything down and we didn't have computers. And if you're going to talk to somebody, you had to pick up a phone and dial a rotary number. And you're sitting there going, okay, here's the deal. Okay. This next generation or whatever would be lost without their cell phones and without Wikipedia, without Google. They wouldn't know anything. So in my day, we had to memorize everything, spelling words.
You might want to start saying back in our day.
Back in our day. Okay.
Yeah, we're all in that group. Look, I had plenty of Guinness books, old records.
I always had a friend said, I've forgotten more than what a lot of hackers will know. And I'm at that age now. So it's like, yeah, I understand exactly where you're coming from. There's a lot of things I just forget,
Josh says you must be an amazing dad. And I think that's a great comment.
Yeah.
Oh, they think I'm average, so, but anyway, so anyway, okay. The Zeta Orion War ends. Sadly, it ends. But Antarctica City in the Antarctica and the Anunnaki portal in the South Pole are still intact. And the Anunnaki primary area in Mesopotamia, Samaria, is still functioning. The Zetas left those areas alone because they were not associated with the Orions. But that's why there's no records. It's amnesia. That's why we have no records of Sacsayhuaman.
Right.
We have no records of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Okay. Because the Orions are gone. They had all that knowledge. And now it's gone.
Do you think that was the Orions that gave us the knowledge or actually built the pyramid?
They built it. They built it. Yeah, they built the original Pyramid of Giza. They built all the pyramids to say one thing or another. They built all the pyramids. And that was for an energy ley line kind of thing, grid, which they were setting up. But at the same time, that was not generating them enough power so that they had to go to a nuclear-based energy. It's the same thing with us. Gasoline will only take us so far. We need something with a bigger bang in order to fundamentally fuel cities and railway systems and underground metros. You've got to have electricity. Yeah, you've got to have it.
The U.S. doesn't have an electric car, even a hybrid car that could do a cross-country trip without charging stations. So
that's right.
Don't have charging stations.
Now, just real quick, going back to what you were saying earlier about the connections about to all the sites throughout the world, the pyramids throughout the world. Do you believe that they are all connected with ley lines and that they were all used for like power stations?
I think
thanks to the ley lines, maybe,
right. To with what I understand of how all that works, I think that was the whole key. That was the whole key. They were power generation sources, but they were taking natural energy,
Mm.
and relocating it. So how much wattage was there? How much power? What was the amps? Unknown. That's just totally
Yeah,
beyond us.
against the wattage.
Right. But
Oh, yeah.
but
You want to clarify on that?
Yeah.
So
but
when-
if you go nuclear, you've got tremendous amounts of energy that is just you're radiating every day.
Linda wanted some clarification on that.
Yes.
Sexy woman. It
All
did
right,
sound
so-
like sexy.
Oh no,
woman.
no, sexy woman. No, Saxa woman.
It is, but I associate words with things like that. So, honest to God, sexy woman is how I remember to say how I,
Okay.
What is the proper way?
sexy.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a sex a woman.
Sex a woman.
So you know how I do that.
You are
Yeah.
sex a woman.
I
You are definitely. a
love
sex
Linda.
woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that's
you can be a
great.
sexy woman. That's fine. You
you
can
think
be a
that-
sexy woman.
A mixed message from, say, the aliens, in the way that we handle our nuclear power,
Oh, yeah.
right? So, like,
Oh yeah.
sure, we all know that story. They turned off the ICBMs, but
Mhm.
still,
Oh,
we've
yeah.
used nuclear weapons. They didn't stop it, right? Lou Elizondo
Mhm.
points that out, and it's a good point.
Yes.
Well, okay.
Why would they not stop Hiroshima yet say, I'm going to turn off your ICBMs?
Yeah. Now I think, in one point of view, which there's a lot of people that share that. I'm not one of them, but there's a lot of people out there who say the Earth is overpopulated and it needs to be the
Cleansed.
population needs to be reduced somehow.
Right,
Yes.
right, sure.
Okay.
Like Georgia
What the Georgia
Guidestones.
Guidestones, right?
That's what the Georgia Guidestones clearly say. So I
Mhm.
think there are entities in the pharmaceutical and bioweapons divisions
Mhm.
that are planning our demise as we speak. I mean, I have no doubt in my mind they are doing that. The University of Wuhan just came out, just was on the news the other day, and they're working on a new biosynthetic.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So when does it stop? When do we learn our lesson?
Exactly.
Now there's been a lot of people talk about this, and they said, well, during COVID, if a person died, whether it was a gunshot wound or a heart attack, it was listed as COVID. So they are bolstering the effect rate of this virus. And that is okay. A bioweapon is the easiest thing to not only deliver, but if it's contagious, meaning we have no immunity to it, or our T cell count is so low that we don't have any immunity to it, or if I have asthma or a heart condition, I don't have any immunity to it, then that's a perfect bioweapon because it's an inoculant. We inhale it.
Yes.
But if we get COVID in our mouth, guess what? We swallow it, it dies. It dies in our stomach. Okay.
Yeah, so the stomach can take it apart.
Right. Yeah, the acids in our stomach kill it. But
There
if
are a
we get
lot
it,
of people on the planet. I mean, one of our biggest contributors to global warming, if not the biggest one,
Mhm.
is really cow shit,
It is.
right?
Methane.
It's all the breeding the cows and the
Cow
farms. And,
farts. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's methane.
when Shelley wrote the story Frankenstein,
Mm.
there was a massive snow and ice storm in England,
Mhm.
and that was caused by the buffalo in America.
Really.
oh,
There were so many buffalo that when they migrated around the Midwest, that's why Kansas doesn't have any trees, is because they migrated around the Midwest and ate everything down. And then they pooped, which refertilized the soil. And then they didn't want to eat their own poop, so they kept on moving. And there were so many buffalo, it covered the entire state of Oklahoma.
Wow.
And that poop, that methane, went up into the air, floated over the Atlantic, and caused an ice storm. So when Shelley writes the story Frankenstein, at the end of it, they are in the North Pole, and Frankenstein decides to kill himself. And then that's the end of the story. In Shelley's mind, she thought it was the end of the world because England had never had that kind of weather before, but it was caused by the methane in America.
I totally believe that. That's wicked
Wow.
cool. Didn't know.
That's how crazy that is. That's how crazy it is. Okay, so they're slashing and burning in Brazil as fast as they can. They've gone into the Brazilian forest jungle, and they're slashing and burning it to grow grass for cattle.
Mm-hmm.
So they're cutting down your oxygen supply, replacing it with methane.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
I like this. I've heard we've heard
Irene's
this.
comment
Yes.
there, as some of the graves of kings and other leaders in the past were buried in mercury around their coffins.
Teotihuacan also underneath has the same thing, has little mercury balls.
Yeah, in the first emperor's grave, or in the pyramid, there is a mercury sea, a sea of mercury, in that area. And also there were several imperial families that they were buried in pure mercury, or they were put in the coffins in pure mercury, and that preserves the body. But it's so toxic, you can't even use it for cellular division. I mean, you can't even use it for genetic experiment. The mercury is destroyed. Whatever else, it's just become toxic. It's a poison. And so there's a lot of poisons. I mean, in ancient Egypt, they would put tobacco in the bodies, thinking it was a preservative.
Mm-hmm.
So in Egypt, you had tobacco, which they smoked on a regular basis or inhaled, and then they had chocolate as well. Now, some people say there's tobacco plants in Africa and there's chocolate plants in Africa. No, at that time, 5,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago, the only plants that I'm aware of is in South America.
South America, yes.
That's right. That's right.
That's
There's
right.
some cocaine mummies too, right?
Right.
There's
There's cocaine mummies, and they took a lot of it.
Cacao.
Yeah,
So-
with the three kids that were sacrificed, and they found them in the cave and in the dry area. They mummified their bodies. Yeah, and they found cocaine.
That's right.
But they gave it to them, so they are trying to prepare them for the sacrifice.
Right.
So,
It makes the crossing a little bit easier.
yes.
I don't think that would help me.
I would have ran like 8,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
In some parts of Europe, you
I don't
can.
want to die. I don't want to die.
In some parts of Europe, you can plan for your own death, and the doctor will come by and inject 2 vials into you, and you will die. It stops the heart. It relaxes the body so much it just stops the heart. So we have some of that today. Dr. Kevorkian, Jack Kevorkian was setting up people who had terminal illnesses so they could pass in their sleep. So this mindset continues today, and where cows brought to earth. I don't know about that one, but I do know that hummingbirds and octopi and a few other things have been brought to earth.
Hummingbirds.
Hummingbird.
Yeah. Now
Those are
I think jellyfish has some possible alien
Yeah.
DNA right in it.
There's
right?
some squid.
I didn't know about that.
Hummingbirds are supposed to be a descendant or an offshoot of the crow family. I have no idea where they come up with that, but that's what they say. And everyone says, oh yeah, they're from the crow family. But the crows' genetic manipulation in their wings cannot move at the speed of a hummingbird's wings.
Oh, yes.
There's no other bird on the planet except maybe a dragonfly or a mosquito or something like that.
Oh yeah,
Now-
they're fascinating. We feed hummingbirds here, but
That's why we have.
they've all migrated, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we
Oh,
love
yeah.
checking them out.
But okay, now look at a dragonfly. Everyone, if you just look at a dragonfly, it has 4 wings.
Yes.
Okay, that is caused by a solar radiation or a radioactive genetic manipulation. And they have taken tsetse flies, threw them in with a radioactive source, and they genetically altered themselves to have 4 wings.
Wow.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
So insects have been around for billions of years, since time immemorial, and they've evolved. They've gotten stronger with each phase.
Mhm.
And then some of these insects have exoskeletons that are so thick nothing can penetrate them. There's aquatic life the same way, exoskeletons, very thick. Nothing can really penetrate them very much, like maybe a shark or its teeth. But then you have insects like walking sticks and other things like that that have been around, gotten different sizes, have shrank down, have gotten bigger again, and that is all in the archaeological records. And that's unexplainable. That's
time, though. What span of time was it? Like from the Jurassic or the whatever from to the Jurassic?
Right.
What span of time did they do that? Were they genetically manipulated by? Are you saying like Anunnaki or aliens or us? Or
it was just
natural?
The residue of all of this exploding nuclear debris.
Okay, yeah.
Altered everything. Lizards, iguanas, Godzilla.
I was just thinking them like, oh, Godzilla. There you
go. Godzilla, yeah. Godzilla is kind of like fantasy fiction, but in the reality, that could have happened in a few thousand years.
Sure, absolutely.
And as every species got to a point where it could not reproduce, it just died out, and another species took its place.
There's a little factoid there. This is the largest insect to ever inhabit prehistoric Earth was a dragonfly.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the Latin name, but this insect lived during the late Permian era, about 275 million years ago. These dragonflies had a wingspan close to 30 inches or 2.5 feet, with an estimated weight over a pound.
Yeah.
So you can see a human.
Mosquitoes were just about that same size. Mosquitoes were incredibly large.
Oh, I can't imagine the stingers on those things.
That's right. Yeah. Giant mosquitoes.
They'd be chasing me everywhere.
Well. And in the movie Jurassic Park, they were like drilling down into amber to extract the DNA. Yes. Well, those were like normal mosquitoes. I'm talking like big African Amazon mosquitoes. They're as big as a small bird. I mean, those were the mosquitoes. They were just that big, So they were sucking up blood from everybody, everything.
Right.
In those times, they look at the reptiles,
giants
who must have gone underground. And I kind of think this is where like maybe some of the reptilian stuff comes about, that the lizards went underground. We had millions of T-Rexes, they had to survive to be here today.
Yeah, but they also thrived in the heat. So as the temperature, global warming took place, they thrived. And as the temperature started to cool, then they started to get lethargic. Now, they died before the impact in the Gulf of Mexico. They were all wiped out before that. So it wasn't the K6 event that wiped them out. It was they just got lethargic and got a disease and died. It was just, they just ran out of DNA or whatever, but they could not maintain themselves. I mean, brontosauruses were so big you couldn't even put them in an average apartment complex. They were incredibly large.
They're awesome.
And they just ate everything. I mean, they ate trees and plant life and they just ate everything they could get their hands on. They, herbivores. And then like I said, then the T-Rex and others that were meat eaters went out and hunted those things down. And mankind came along and started hunting him down. You know what I'm saying? And started killing, for survival, And so, it's just a vicious circle. So here we go. There was a global warming many moons ago. All of a sudden we have this ice age comes out of nowhere. Ice age, ice pack. United States.
26,000. What is it?
Yeah.
12,000 years ago. Is that the Younger Dryas period?
Yeah, but that was the end of it. The beginning, we don't even know when it started. I mean, we have no idea. So all of a sudden, America is under the snowpack, under a mile of snow. Okay. Somewhere out there. And then the Hapgood effect kicks in and we rotate 15 degrees. Okay. And then all that snow just falls. But before that, when that froze up, when that earth shifted in Siberia, there were hairy horses, woolly mammoths, saber-toothed tigers.
Mm.
Okay.
Mhm.
And everyone says, well, that was 10,000 years ago or something like that. It's like, no, it could have been 20,000 years ago.
Mm.
We're not sure when it began, but we just know when the Hapgood effect did that, the ice, now everyone says, well, that's around the Jurassic time. But anyway, the ice melted over America. We were the North Pole and started up where it's at. Okay. So,
Mhm.
so if you came to the planet 30,000, 50,000 years ago, it would look totally different than what we have today. Totally different.
Gross. I mean,
Yeah.
even 5,000 years ago, it's like adaptation. 5,000 years ago, like around the Nile in Egypt, it wasn't desert.
No.
And this was 5,000. It was
That's
all
right. It's flourishing.
flourishing.
Yeah.
It was fauna
Very
and
ripe ground.
It was like the vacation resort. It was
Right.
like the mega vacation resort. The only thing you had to worry about in Egypt, I mean, they had date trees and palm trees and
like
grasslands.
yeah.
And it was like a perfect vacation place, but they had mosquitoes and they had lice. And so they had to fight with that because that's how tropical that area was. It was not desert. It was a tropical, lush civilization. Now, when Moses led the children of Israel out of Egypt, he took them to the wilderness. Okay, that doesn't mean rocks and sand. That means
Forest.
trees and it's forest.
Yes.
So
Definitely.
we're looking at it. We're looking at the whole story of Egypt as from today's eyes, not from when it was, because when it was a lush, fertile area
Beautiful.
that
Right.
no one could penetrate because they would have to go over the Red Sea or they had to go through a desert or whatever, and they were impenetrable. They had to go and look for. They had to go and fight the Hittites. They had to go all the way north, beyond Africa, up into the Middle East to fight the Hittites. I mean, they had to go look for someone to fight. And every time an invading force got to them, they were so beat up by the journey, they would just virtually surrender and say, can you please feed us and we'll go home,
I'm out.
and there are still a hewn in solid rock about the Egyptian pharaohs making peace with some country no one's even ever heard of before and never have heard from again.
Wow.
There's a couple
there. I've shown a picture of a saber-toothed squirrel, and they have actually found 94 million year old squirrel fossil that appears to be a saber-toothed squirrel, similar to a squirrel.
Muskrat.
Yeah, it is a reality.
It is.
They exist. So.
Like I said, okay, the only reason why you have teeth like this, like saber-toothed tiger, saber-toothed squirrel, bears, that is because you need weapons to fight for your survival. You need weapons. So they developed internally. Okay. And that is the whole key to the mutation of all this. So the dinosaurs die, which leaves a gap. And then the next species is mammals. And mammals come out from their burrows, and they start to proliferate all over the planet. And that is, there's no reason for that except that they could hide, and dinosaurs couldn't hide. You see what I'm saying? They were exposed to the elements. Burrowing animals or animals that require a den survive quite easily because they go underground to survive. And that's the whole key. That was the key to civilization. Mankind didn't survive because he was smart and good looking. He survived because he could hide. He wasn't the apex predator they all want to believe.
Right.
No, yes.
Hell no.
No, there's this, go down to the Natural History Museum in New York and you'll see Neanderthals and cavemen, and they're like running down mastodons and woolly mammoths, and they're, throwing spears at them and doing all this stuff, right? Tribal hunt. Okay, well, that's not how it happened. Man normally was lazy and he slept during the day. He got up about dusk, went off in the nighttime, prowled
They were
around
not
so he could find something that was asleep, and then he kills it.
That makes sense though, because it's
And that's
different
how he
time,
survived.
bigger than
Yeah.
them. Now, there's a couple of things I'm gonna. But speaking of CRISPR, did you hear about Siberia is melting? So what they want to do is genetically make a woolly mammoth. So because that was basically what they think happened, that all the woolly mammoths just like stomped on the permafrost, and that's what they want to do now to keep it from melting.
Oh no,
What
that's
do you think about
ridiculous.
that? Oh yeah, it's a big
No.
story. They're
No,
using
that-
CRISPR.
No, you can't save the permafrost. Okay, the permafrost is just a layer of vegetation, just a layer, because it was a swamp. Remember, that area was a swamp because the earth shifted. So what's below that permafrost is carbon. It's carbon enriched soil. That's why it's so black. It's full of carbon. Now the permafrost, when it froze, kept that carbon in that soil. But as it heats up and melts, the temperature of the permafrost keeps going deeper and deeper, and the subsoil releases carbon into the atmosphere.
Right.
What are we fighting today? Carbon. Carbon is heating up our atmosphere.
And they're blaming it on the permafrost.
Right.
And that's why they want to create.
No, you can't. If you have someone stomping around on the permafrost, it's like it's walking on a sponge with water in it. You're going to smash that sponge so all the water, and then the carbon comes up. You're melting it. Yeah.
Right.
The best thing to do is throw some dried ice on that, and pray that it can stay in the soil for another 100 years, or go up there and plant soybeans. And soybeans take in carbon and nitrogen and get it out of the air. They use it. The soybean uses it. That's why a lot of farmers rotate their crops. They'll grow corn, which pulls in the nitrogen, and then they grow soybeans, which takes it out. And so the nitrogen and the carbon can be absorbed by soybeans, but you have to go up there with a caterpillar, a D8, D9, belly scraper, and get it down to the subsoil, which is going to put you into mud, which you can't do anything. So that has to dry, and then you have to plant your soybeans. And then that's so what really needs to happen is you take 1 trillion tons of this stuff, get it off the earth, send it to Mars, dump it on Mars so that you can start growing crops again, because that's exactly what Mars needs is that carbon rich black soil will hold water and grow crops.
Absolutely. So we should, since the Space Force doesn't do much, besides I think taking the junk out of the crap out of the space junk, they should also do that. That's what the Space Force should be
get
for.
the space junk.
Just
okay. Let me tell you a little story. In the 1600s in France, shepherds and guys who worked with their cattle would be out late at night because of wolves. There were a lot of wolves in France at the time, all through that European area. The dire wolf was still pretty predominant. And they would see shooting stars, and they would land. Shooting stars would come in, and they would land, and the farmers, thinking that this was witchcraft or something, would go out and dig them up, and they took them to the wise men of the village and said, "Look what fell out of the sky," and the wise men go, "Oh, that's an omen. That's an omen. Like, all your cattle will die, or all your crops will fail. Is an omen." Okay.
Right.
Well, what they've done is they've taken some of these meteorites or these meteorites, and they put them in a museum. After a while, they put them in a museum. Well, the 21st century rolls around, and some lucky French scientist goes, we need to pull one of these out. And so he pulled it out, put it under electron microscope, and lo and behold, it's the same components as our satellites. It's
really
nickel and some stainless steel and a few other things that we use in our satellites today.
Interesting. Stainless steel.
Yeah. So what happened was there was a whole bunch of satellites around our Earth.
Mhm.
When they lost orbit, they started to spin and they fell down into the Earth's gravity and the Earth's atmosphere. And they were burning up as they come in. Well, what was left was pure materials like nickel, silver,
Yeah,
and,
iron.
and iron. And when everyone looks at them, you're like, wow, that's exactly what we make our satellites out of.
Wow.
But then they just said, well, that's just molten rock. So we'll just put it back on the shelf and slide it away. Okay. Now, when Skylab and Mir came down, they went out over the ocean and they started rotating and they started burning up. And sure, there was a bunch of debris that came down, landed in Australia. These Australian sheep farmers went out and dug that up, and it was just a molten rock. Looks just like a meteorite.
Sure.
And they took it to the scientists and says, we think this is a part of Skylab. And the scientists pulled it up and cut it, took a look at it, and they go, it looks just like a regular meteorite. But the materials were from Skylab.
That's insane.
Oh, that's cool. See, you don't really think about that.
No.
But it would burn up and it would get,
Now everyone says, everyone says that all of our meteorites come from the Kuiper Belt or, out there beyond Mars, and they fall in and they burn up and all that stuff. Well, I understand that. But what if they were right here in orbit for 1,000 years, long after the civilization quit using it and left the planet? And then all of a sudden you started seeing these micrometeorite showers. And that's just the old satellites just falling in to the Earth's atmosphere.
I like that.
Do you think Mars was habitated?
Oh, yeah. Probably overpopulated at one time. Yeah. But
that's the other one. That's the good one.
But the Pleiadians went there, built 2 major cities. They built Mars. Mars is unique because it was further away from the sun. And there was another planet that sat between Mars and Earth. And that planet was called Melona Phaidon. Melona then changed its name to Phaidon. And it was just like Earth, only slightly larger. Okay. The entities that were on there were the same entities that were on Mars. They were Pleiadians. And they got their energy through geothermal. So on Melona, they drilled down to its core and pulled up steam, and then that's what ran their electrical components. Well, one time for the need for more power, they drilled down and they cracked into an underground ocean. And this ocean fell in to their bore structure, their drilling operation, and went down into the Earth's core, to that core, Melona's core, and exploded the entire planet.
Come on.
And it blew up. Now, if you talk to Carl,
you're saying that's where the Kuiper Belt comes from.
The asteroid belt is Melona. Now, it wasn't hit by another, Planet X or all that stuff. But the deal is that because you talk to Carl Sagan, he'll explain it to you. It's called shepherding.
We'll go get him afterwards in the spare box.
And after Mars rotated so many times, it pulled the asteroid belt out toward it, and it switched places. And when it switched places, it went through that asteroid belt and was plummeted with asteroids. Now that's not what killed it. And there were 2 major cities on the planet at the same time. But when Mars shifted on its axis, it took those 2 plutonium reactors offline, and they blew up. And they killed almost everybody in each city. That's why there's cesium on Mars. It's because of those plutonium reactors. Not that Mars was... Dr. Brannigan got that wrong. No one went and bombed Mars. They bombed Earth. They bombed the Orions on Earth before they would bomb the Pleiadians on Mars. So anyway, the Pleiadians took all the Martians and brought them to Earth. And we called them what? Paracus. Yeah. Okay. The Paracus. Those are the Martians. They came from Mars. Pleiadians deposited them, and let them run free, naked and free. So they're deposited all over the planet. So, big heads, and they were Tutankhamun's father. Akhenaten was a Paracas. His wife, not his concubine, but his wife was his sister, and she was a Paracan. So they try to keep it in their bloodline as far as they could go. So anyway, so that is that's in Peru museums right now. So that's genetic proof right there. We don't have to look much further than that. So the Pleiadians kind of in a strange way reduced the facilities on Mars, and they're still there today. With the Syrians and a few others, they still use Mars as a co-op. They do some mining and drilling there. There's some Alpha Centaurians or Beta Centaurians on the planet. One time there was a rover. We have one of our Spirit or our Endeavors, and they were taking a photograph of the horizon, and there was a light off in the distance. That's the mining operation. Off-world. Yeah. And so we're the Johnny's come lately. We have sent out probes, but we really have not been to these planets where there are other civilizations that have been there, and they have mined it. So if you want to look at the long and short of it, there's about 200,000 plus or minus on Mars on a full-time schedule. Half of it's human, the other half is extraterrestrials and things like that cruise around, on the planet. And you have certain type of military special operations guys say they took us to Mars. There's a couple of ladies out saying that they have been to Mars, and when you're on Mars, you do inventory and play ping pong. And they won't let you outside, so you can't really go outside. And there was that guy named Bashago. No, not Bashago. Maybe it was Bashago, but his name, he was like a time traveler. He talks about he went back to the Civil War and wearing big shoes. And anyway, he talks about going to Mars one time, and he had a mask on, and the guards were standing there, and they said, "Oh, you don't need that. Why are you wearing that?" And so he just took it off, and he could breathe quite comfortably. And that was in a jump room.
Atmosphere? What?
Yeah, the atmosphere is still breathable. And he went into a jump room. So he was on Earth. He went to an elevator. It's a bit larger than a freight elevator, and it will take you to Mars.
I've heard of that.
And they're called jump rooms. Now, these things do exist. Sometimes you can go from city to city. Sometimes you can go from planet to planet. It just depends on the jump room, But
I heard they made that back in the 50s.
Yeah, everybody else takes a ship. So we have the Solar Wardens, which go to Mars twice a week. So they're always running missions to Mars, and back again. So between the Pleiadians, the Syrians, the good Zeta Reticulans, and the Orions, and the Alpha Centaurians, and a couple of others, I mean, they're in and out of our solar system all the time. And I've sent you those ships around our sun. Those ships brought the moon to us. And you can actually go back into biblical literature and a few other literatures of talking of a time before the moon.
Yes.
And that
even Americans say that as well. Yes.
There was a time before the moon, and that moon, our moon, is actually a planet. It's just lost all of its atmosphere and all this plant life as it was being brought here. And those ships that are around the sun brought that planet here. Now that we had a moon, but it was smaller, and they destroyed that to place this one in synchronistic orbit, so that it could form an eclipse the same size of the sun. It's the exact distance.
It's the only moon in our solar system that is like a perfect circle. It's off by
perfect orbit.
Very little bit amount, but the Earth shape actually changes over time as well.
Right.
So it's probably originally a perfect circle.
I
Most
forgot.
of them have been like elliptical orbits. Looking at moons through the solar system.
Mars has moons that are in elliptical orbit. Saturn has moons, elliptical orbit. Jupiter, same thing. There's no perfect circle out there. Our moon is the symbol of hydrogen. You take the Earth and one molecule, that is hydrogen. So if you can see that from a distance, you can
Mhm.
say, oh, there's going to be water there. Not only is it blue, but it's filled with hydrogen, because hydrogen and oxygen make water. So there is something there, you know. And one of our astronauts was out driving around in that little moon buggy of theirs, and Andrew Bishago, that's it. Thank you very much. Andrew Bishago, I'm sorry, the Apollo astronauts were driving around their moon buggy one time, and they hit a bump, and they kind of rocks them a little bit. And so one of them gets out and says, oh, I think we got it. You know, I think we bent the axle or something. So they get out and they look down into this hole, and there was soil. So this powdery substance on the moon is only 6 inches deep. After that, there's soil. Okay. Then after that, there's domes that have been, you know, destroyed over time on the moon, and the astronauts filmed that. Richard C. Hoagland has a whole lecture on the domes on the moon and the mining operations on the moon.
That's right.
And they're
That's
still
right.
going on
Swan.
today.
So
Yeah.
Yes.
mining, you know, back when he was doing remote viewing, and
Yeah.
that was when he was alive.
Yeah.
But that's
So-
a very
so-
interesting thing. Yeah.
We could with the technology we have today, we could reboot the moon. We could terraform it, and it could be a lush planet again if we just had the water to do it. And it has some water on its south pole.
It does. Yeah.
So it's possible we could set up some domes and re-terraform our own moon if we really wanted to do it. You know,
I thought there was a little bit of an atmosphere there.
Yes.
yeah, there is. There's just a little bit left. Now, Mars still has a liquid core, but the moon that we have doesn't have a liquid core. So its electromagnetic field is slightly different. It's different. But that's not the point, that we could not jumpstart it. We could jumpstart the moon in a small way and get that ready.
Linda asked you, how much sleep do you get daily? I
Oh
imagine
man.
you're doing a lot of research.
Oh yeah. Some nights I get 4 hours, and other nights I got to catch up. So I get between, 8, maybe 10 hours, but that's out of a 12, 16-hour day on research. And so I'm pretty mentally, I get exhausted. Physically, I get tired, but mentally. So I went through several years of just being a total insomniac. And I told my doctor, I said, I got to get some sleep. Melatonin has no more effect on me. I got to get some sleep. So she prescribed me some sleeping pills, and they really do work. I really got them. And man, I go black. And 6 hours later, I wake up. It's like, oh man, what time is it? I got to get out of here.
Wow.
I got to put in, I put in a long day.
Okay.
Yeah.
We understand that.
And not to
Yeah.
mention you're drinking energy drinks.
Yeah, I
so
shouldn't be
it's
drinking this.
great.
This is Bang. What a great name for a drink, right? Bang.
For
Yeah.
your buck. Bang
Bang
for your buck.
Yeah.
Well, the other
Bang
one
is
was Buck something or other.
Bucked up. Yeah.
Bucked up.
Bucked up.
That was
Bucked up. And it had like a antlers on it. But
I-
I don't squirrel you too far, but we were
I
on
don't-
Anunnaki, and I want to
Yes. Okay.
circle back to that.
I
So-
just wanted to say hi to Cashew Gesundheit.
Yeah,
I
hey,
believe that's-
Cashew. We saw a Cashew on the Dark Hour.
Yes.
Paranormal.
I believe that's Rich from Goofon.
And okay, and then so after about I think I'm not going to be quite right on my subtraction here, but the Anunnaki were on the planet for about 50,000 years. And during that time, they jump-started the human beings. They created us, they genetically manipulated us, and they went all over the world looking for gold. I mean, this is their main mission. And they bred us as fast as possible so that we could then pick up where the Igigi or the Igigi, depends how you want to say it, didn't want to work because they went on strike. And so they were under the gods, but yet they were above us. And a lot of people get this confused with angels, but that's not the case. So as we were developing and populating and reaching a factor of stability, We could add and subtract. We could learn speech. We could write a little bit. The old gods said, okay, it's time for us to go. We're going to leave a couple of people behind. We're going to leave, a group of people behind, and then they will be your kings, and you'll obey them just like you're obeying us. And if you have not been kind or good, we will come back and punish you. Okay. And that is the whole thing. So you have these kings.
Yeah.
You have these kings living 30,000 years. The kings list is before the flood, and then it starts back up after the flood. So the Anunnaki had to have come back several different times to extract gold and extract these kings, replace them with somebody new. And then that was the whole idea. So it wasn't until after all that collapsed that man started to migrate beyond Mesopotamia. But the idea, the psychology is the same, whether it's in the Hebrew Bible, the Egyptian Bible, whatever, it is the same. God punishes those that are not obedient. And then we need a savior. So Jesus becomes the Lord and King, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Okay. So there is a person who is our advocate who will say, Mike did a good job, but he could have done a little bit better. He could have done a lot worse. So we need this advocate. And then that's what these kings were. They were to make up the mining schedules and go in that direction. Now, there are carvings. There are carvings in Peru and Chile of what we don't know what it's called, but there's a man has white hair and a white beard. And he is holding what looks like a bazooka, and flame is coming out of it. The bazooka has a big cord connected to it. We don't know where it goes, but it looks like he's melting stone for a mine. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so we get the same idea in Egypt from these energy rods that they say downloads energy so that they can do anything they want to do. So is it electrical? Is it lasers? Is it, some type of energy technique that we still don't understand, but was passed down to the Egyptians? And you see Isis giving this rod of power, it looks like an electrical thing, to a pharaoh. And it is to pass the baton, you might say, to a human king, to let the gods like Isis and everybody else go on, and then we'll be in contact with you spiritually. And this was the whole idea. So if you became a pharaoh or a queen, or like Cleopatra, she would psychically download Isis. And that was the whole idea, so that she would be, all powerful. But every monarchy says they were picked by the gods. That we're divinely picked. It's like, no, you can barely read and write. Why would God want to pick you? It's just something that's used over the public, and that's just fear that they put into you. I mean, that's just psychological fear. God's going to punish you.
Fear mongering,
right? And then they create. Jesus says you'll be thrown into the waste pit, the ash pit, and then everyone says, "Oh, it's the burning flames of hell."
Yes,
and that's not what Jesus said at all. He just said you'll be, it's like, oh, you got hell and damnation now. It's like, what else? What else can we create if you don't have? If you have a protagonist, you have to have that antagonist.
Mm-hmm.
So you have God, you got to have the devil. You can't have a good story if it's just all God all the time.
Right. Dark and light,
Yeah. There you go. There's Isis right there. Yeah.
I knew talking about that a long time ago.
Yeah. And okay, you see the wings there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same symbol that's used on the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki have the wings, and you'll see the scarab. You'll see a scarab necklace.
That's right.
You
see that in
okay.
Sumerian.
The scarab rolls the earth like Atlas holds it on his shoulders, but that scarab rolls the earth. So whoever wears the scarab controls the earth because they're ordained by the gods.
It's interesting because the scarab is basically a shit beetle, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's a dung beetle. Yeah,
it's a dung beetle.
Yeah, and it
Well, that's
rolls.
what- thank you.
Yeah, it rolls the dung as it moves it to its nest. So its young, when it lays its eggs inside the dung, that they will, consume the dung, and that's how they fertilize their own eggs. So we are human downloads.
Yeah.
Yeah, and could Mars be considered?
An ash
Oh,
pit.
ash pit.
Well, it depends how you look at it. One man's ceiling is another man's floor. I mean,
Right.
you just gotta kind of make the best of what you got. But like Earth, everyone talks about the Earth as a prison planet. It was like, yeah, they don't want us off the Earth. They don't want us out there in space like Captain Kirk and blowing everything up and having sex with strange women. I mean, gee whiz, take all the fun out of it.
Well, isn't it curious, like how valuable gold is?
Yes.
To this modern time, and it's indeed it's rare. We get that it's a moldable metal and all of that, but we had currency with our currency was based off of it to something like 1974.
But it's also great for space.
That's right.
With the
great for
sun.
The conductivity and the reflection. Right.
Right. Palladium is the only mineral that's actually for circuitry a little bit better than gold. So right now, if you have money to burn, which I don't have, but you can invest in Palladium stocks because they're going to go up because we are computer centric now. Everything requires Palladium in our TVs, our smartphones, our cameras.
My laptop threw it up.
Laptop. I mean, there's companies in France and in parts of America that take old computers and they grind them to a powder and they extract these metals.
Wow.
And there were warehouses filled with old cell phones that were just obsolete. And guys were taking them and just crushing them up. And they were just powder. And then they put them through different levels of electromagnets.
Heck no, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
And they were sucking the precious metals right out, and the plastics would just fall, into the trash.
Wow. And
then that's how they did. One company in France made more money because of the gold in cell phones than they could ever manufacture out of the ground. Just by recycling the gold in cell phones.
I've heard that.
Yeah. I mean, it's
got it going on over there. You don't hear much about this stuff. So
no, well, yeah, I get around, like I said, I get around, I get around a lot of places. So, you had Andy on. I wanted to talk to Andy a little bit, but you had Andy on one of the shows, and anyone from England who talks about, the mythical creatures of England, man, I am like, yeah, let's hear that, because
we're going to have Andy on the show next month.
Yeah, so, because it's so cool because we're all, in a strange way, a superstitious people, but our superstitions come from different societies, different sects, different societies. So we develop these superstitions because either they work or they don't work. So if you throw salt over your shoulder, does that really work? Maybe it does.
But with your intentions,
Yeah, exactly. And so there's so much in the British past because of the cacophony of invading forces that they adopted almost everything that came in. And so you have this melting pot of superstitions, of werewolves and witches and the Fae and King Arthur and all this other stuff, which King Arthur was given Excalibur by a Pleiadian, which he ruled by.
The Lady of the Lake was a Pleiadian.
Yeah, and she kind of liked King Arthur because she thought he had a few good ideas. Well, after a while, like most athletes, they gain a little weight and get pretty lethargic about new ideas. So. But the idea was that we had been given over time, and I'm not saying it ever stopped. I'm just saying we've been given over time certain artifacts to promote a psychological society of doing some type of good. Okay.
Mhm.
And then we end up losing it. We've lost Excalibur. We've lost a lot of things. So they have to keep coming back to us and going, okay, we'll give you the microcircuit. We'll give you the transistor. We'll give you fiber optics. Let's see what you can do with it. Let's see what you can do with it. Are you going to do something good, or are you just going to do what you normally do and screw it all up, muck it up?
Exactly.
So, we always muck it up, power goes to our head. So what happens is that we're back to DNA. Well, we'll get there. I'm going to get there.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a question about Antarctica and the Paracas skulls anyway.
Yeah. I'll just get back into.
Okay. We'll circle back around.
And we'll call them Paracas, not Paracacus.
Yeah.
It's a little dirty.
Tomato.
We would never go there here.
What is it? What does Hecklefish say? Your tomato is my Uranus.
Right. Hecklefish, and that's a reference to a really good show, and we'll give them a plug. We like it a lot.
Yes.
It's on YouTube. It's called the Y Files.
Yeah. He is awesome.
Y Files. Yeah, it's awesome. I'll send you a link after.
Yeah, Hecklefish.
Sure. You'll like.
And it's wicked.
Yeah. So anyway, so as man evolved and breeded, you can see that through haphazard breeding, we had genetic problems. And so the Pleiadians and some Sirians and some Orions that were still left in our solar system would come to Earth every now and then, inject new DNA and tweak us so that we are the same, but we're a little bit more enhanced and a little bit better. And slowly over time, 100,000 years, we are the living image that we are today. But we all know deep down that it's fleeting. Like victory, like wealth, it can be easily destroyed. And knowledge is the only factor that runs through our society that we can pass down. Besides our own DNA, it's knowledge on how to do something. And that is what has kept man alive all this time. It is his curiosity, his ability to explore, his ability to refine his environment, and then go from there. AI is an extension of man's survival. Just like antibodies and penicillin and augmentin, these are things which we've designed to help us survive. And then they, on the other hand, have come in with DNA and genetically altered us so that we would have the gray matter, the cells, to be able to do that. David Adair claims right off the bat he's not from this planet. I mean, his brain is just way out there. But at the same time, he has to still struggle with nuts and bolts and putting this together and doing this and doing that. And there was a test done in England, and it was called it was just a test. I call it the time traveler's test, but it wasn't named that. But it was about a family in England, and they said, okay, we will give you X number of dollars a month, and you have to go back to the 17 or 1800s and live your life in this house as if it was the 1800s. And we're going to supply all the implements. Okay. So they got their butter churn, they got their straight razor, they got all this other stuff, right? And the thing about time travel is, if you're in our society and you go back in time, you become neurotic and impatient because you're waiting for things to happen. You're waiting for things to happen immediately because we're just so psyched up in instant messenger and email and everything else.
MySpace.
Right. MySpace, YouTube, whatever, and Instagram. And we have to find out what's happening almost immediately. If we go back 50 years, if we go back 100 years, we couldn't cope with that slowness. We would just be a neurotic mess, you know.
Yeah.
And
No patience whatsoever.
right, there's no fluidity. You have to write a letter. You have to mail that letter. It has to be received. You know, it takes time.
Got to put a stamp on that letter.
Yeah,
right.
a Pony Express. You know, it's just
Exactly. It's going to say it's to be delivered by horses, right? Pony
right.
Express.
So, so we mentally, psychologically go back in time. We can't really function very well because it's just so slow. But the same thing happens if I go into the future and everybody's telepathic. They're just going beep, 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 beep. You know, they're shooting ideas around and information around all over the globe instantaneously.
Jeepers.
And I couldn't keep up with that because I'm just not designed that way. So somewhere down the road, in the road system, we have been tweaked to understand certain things and how to apply them without killing ourselves, like fiber optics or atomic bombs or whatever. And the struggle is that it is designed for our survival. And we just don't understand that. You know, we need to understand that everything that we have been given or granted is for us to become better at living our lives, to be happy, to be better. And they took a poll, and Americans are like 37% happy. Out of 100%, only about 37%, 37% of us are kind of happy. Everybody else is saying, oh, it sucks.
Obese.
Yeah.
Obesity. About
So,
40.
yeah. So I don't know when we were ever happy, but with everything that we've got, we got electricity, we got, electric toothbrushes, we've got TV 24/7, we got, 200 different channels. We've got Netflix and Hulu and everything, all the entertainment at our fingertips. And still people are not happy. Fundamentally, psychologically, they're not happy. And okay. So I go back 200 or 300 years. They had the church, they had donkeys, they had a cart, they had food, they had water, they had clothing. And they still weren't happy. They're crawling around in the mud and they still weren't happy. And so you sit there going, no matter what level you're at, there's got to be a point that you're going to be happy. And America still hasn't quite reached that yet.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, watching our kids grow up and stuff.
Right.
They abbreviate everything like to a whole nother level. Like they're barely saying a full sentence, right?
A full word.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
But how would you like to go through Moby Dick, the entire book of Moby Dick, in a second? Just download it.
Right.
How would you like to learn a totally foreign language in 10 days just by downloading it into your mind? Sure. Anyone would go. I would go for that.
Yeah. I would too. Great.
So
one of the 5 books I'm reading at any given time.
So when you do bump into an extraterrestrial, you go, well, how did you learn my language? How do you speak American? They go, oh, we learned it. We learned it just like you would learn French or you would learn Russian. And I said, yeah, but sometimes it takes us like 2 or 3 years, 2 or 3 years to learn it. And they said, well, it just takes us about 10 days.
Right. And
it's like, wild, man. I need that technology. I don't have the vocal cords, to be able to pronounce some of that. But yeah, I think in time, in a certain distant time, we will catch up, but will it be in our best interest? Do we need to get war off the table so we can concentrate on other things? Do we need to get, this ego off the table so that we can mature? What Putin is doing today is very childish. For a 71-year-old man, he's acting like a child. I'll drop nuclear weapons on my own country just to show you how crazy I am. That's crazy, man. That's madness. Right. Kick him out of office right now before he does press that button.
They can. He'll poison them all.
Well, I hope
that's right.
Obviously we support Ukraine and have had that flag up in the corner of our screen since that war began.
Yeah. And so I don't care what he signs, what articles of confederation he signs, he's still invading a sovereign nation. And to threaten nuclear bombs is going to be blowback. Do you know where the prevailing wind goes? It goes right back into Russia. So he may destroy the Ukraine and not Serbia, the one right below it.
Crimea?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Crimea. And he may destroy all those countries, but the blowback is going to come right back on him.
Right. It's going to destroy their country.
Okay. So they need farmland now. The Ukraine was kind of like their breadbasket because of its moderate temperatures. Okay. You blow that up, you're going to be starving in the streets, man. Crimea. Yeah, Crimea. Yeah, Crimea. It's a Crimea. It's a Crimea. That's what it is.
A Crimea. What's going on?
Crimea. It's what's going on. Yeah. But yeah, you know, we've got to take this ego off the table so that we can get along. And I think that's, you know, it's haphazard because ego goes along with our survival. So we need to evolve to a certain level. And I was on the other show. We were on that other show, and I said, you know, there's a scripture that says, "I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I fear no evil." I'm changing that because it's like I can walk through the gates of hell, and I will have peace and love, and evil will fear me. And that's exactly what needs to happen. You need to be caring so much that evil fears you, because evil is a lot of ego, and that's the problem. And so that's
the biggest problem.
Yeah, and that's the biggest problem. And even after death, I mean, a lot of these haunted homes are driven by manifest destiny. It's driven by a person with an ego that still thinks he's in control.
Absolutely, we agree with that.
And he becomes more frustrated because no one hears him or pays any attention to him. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. You wouldn't. Excuse that. That's Jen. Excuse me, Jin. Okay, let me tell you about that real quick. Okay, the breeding program. Okay, the Zeta Reticulans took human DNA and they genetically altered females so that they could have human babies. Okay, and they were called the breeders. Okay, what was happening was these breeders they could produce babies. They couldn't bring them past 6 months because they didn't have this human connection. And so a lot of times, so then they went to humans, females, impregnated them, took the babies out, and they would abduct the mothers later and show them their babies. And they would go, "Oh yes, you know, I know how to cuddle this baby. You know, I know how to coo this baby, mother this baby." Because it's a natural kind of instinct. The Zetas had no idea that you're supposed to do that. And instantly they realized, wait a minute, we don't have the same connection. We're all cerebral. We're all brain. We have no emotions. And then that's how that happened. So their hybrid program for years died on the vine until they actually understood that there was an emotional contact with that baby. And so,
right. Bond.
So they were developing these hybrids to go to different planets, and they couldn't get them past 6 months. They just died because of lack of love, you know, lack of coddling,
sure,
you know, nurturing. And that's that whole thing. It was like, we're not the only idiots out there. We're not the only idiots out there. There's a lot of other species that have higher tech, but they still don't know. You know, they have a learning curve like everybody else. You know, that's what people just don't understand, is that everybody goes through this learning curve. And it's like the tall whites. I always bring this up, and I kind of laugh because I learn a lot. I learn a lot by doing this research. But they live to be about 800 years old, the tall whites do. And some of the Pleiadians live to be a little bit older. But the Pleiadians have emotional values earlier in life. So by the time they're 16 and 17, they're pretty well cognitive, and they have emotional, they know what hate is, love, anger, frustration. They kind of go through that. Well, the tall whites don't. They can live to 800 years and be still an adolescent at 700.
Cheapers.
You know, they have anger issues like everybody else, and they don't really deal with them very well.
Sure.
And their philosophy is, well, if it's a nuisance or in my way, I'll just kill it. There's no reason for me to sit here and negotiate with an inferior species. I'll just shoot it and get it out of my way. I mean, that's the way they think. So you're up against these very old lifespans, but yet they're still very immature, as if they were a kid. And then I started to laugh because I said, well, we're all children of God. We're all children. We're just developing at a different rate. We all have this learning curve in our society, in our DNA, in our genetics. And we have to figure out the reality that we're in and try to make it the best we possibly can, live our best lives.
Yeah, gotta live your best life. And I always kind of laugh when they talk about things like a Goldilocks planet, and that's what's going to
the zone, this sort
of thing, because it's just based on us.
Yes,
right. They don't have to be like us. Things can live anywhere, it would seem. And the other thing is like the other theory is that some of these, spaceships that maybe have come to our planet, or we're even talking about doing this, are run by like an artificial intelligence because of the lifespan. Well, nobody could possibly live that long. Well, who are we to judge? I mean, our 100 years could be a blink of an eye to some other creature.
It seems like it to us too. Like
time is just a very human perception, and we just base it on ourselves and our own experience. But we don't know, what that's like to something that never lived here.
Now, everyone in space travel has incredible long lifetimes. But again, the human race is so finite. It's so finite that we could go through 4 or 5 generations, depending on food, famine, plague, that would wipe us out. We could go through 5 generations, and great-great-grandfather met a Pleiadian, came down and gave him some knowledge. Okay. And then that knowledge was used to keep his family alive. But within 5 generations, that same Pleiadian returns. Well, everyone goes, well, man, you must live incredibly long. And he says, no, I'm living my normal lifespan. Your lifespan is just 45 years, you see. Mm-hmm. So there's people in England that their lifespans were 45 years. There are people in Egypt that died incredibly young because the work was so hard. The environment changed and became very harsh.
Yeah, medicine has definitely stretched out our lifespans.
That's right. And who had the bulk of the medicines at the time? And it was this Mesopotamia, was Babylon, Uruk. All of those doctors at that stage in time knew more about religion and medicine than most of our doctors today. And they were looking at simple cures and remedies that bypass everything else. I mean, it was very natural medicines, true, but it was very creative for the time. And they were taking women's urine and seeing if they were pregnant. They were creating some type of litmus paper that you put your blood on, and they could tell you if you had an infection, and there's actually a device which was used, like a syringe, that they actually took out cataracts out of people's eyes.
Really?
98% success rate. This was long before Galileo. This was long before Archimedes. These guys, they knew what was going on. They were taking out cataracts. They were, talking about nutrition. They were talking about how to irrigate, how to keep the insects away. They had it figured out. Food was their medicine. And if you could grow it, okay, then you would never get sick. Okay, the tree of life is that same thing. If I'd taken the apple off the tree of life, I should be able to live forever. Well, that's not the case. but it is a metaphor to say the healthier my food is, the healthier I will be.
There you go. Nutrition.
Nutrition. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just that simple. That's simple. But anyway, getting back to the nuclear piles, there are the 18 good nuclear piles in America that are in mines, and you can look it up on mining uranium mines in America, and you'll see some of the biggest locations. Now in Africa, there were 90 nuclear reactors. So that means there was 90 cities in Africa mining for gold.
Wow.
And we just haven't found them yet. But go to just type into Google uranium mines in America, and you'll see they're next to or below certain major areas which we inhabit today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are just following the loop of footsteps of a more ancient society. And, but we just haven't been attacked by the Zetas. And that is the whole thing now. The Zeta wars go on even as we talk. There's other reptilians factions out there, in fact, and Zeta factions that want the Earth. And that is why there are so many extraterrestrials on the Earth, to make sure that we do not get invaded. It's like man has his own problems. We'll protect you from there. And that's why you always get the Pleiadian. There you go. There's some of the mines right there. That's why you always get the Pleiadian saying, the Pleiadian Council is in charge of your solar system. So there's not a ship or a rogue anything that goes through your solar system that the Pleiadians aren't aware of. And we get that all the time. But at the same time, it's their choice to whether they're going to interfere or not, whether they're going to, do something or not. And so there's more and more UFOs being seen in the Ukraine because of this war.
Well, here's a good question from Carol. She says, Doctor, do you believe that the adult females that are involved in the program, I mean, the breeding program, sign contracts to allow these aliens to take their babies? Or do you think it was done unwilling?
Well, yeah, it's six of one, half a dozen of the others. The extraterrestrials tell them that it's a soul contract, that before they were even born, they were agreeing to this. And they implant that into their psychology so they become more compliant. But at the same time, on the other half of the coin, these people are totally unwilling. And the sad part is that they go to their doctors. The doctors have evidence that they were pregnant. And then they're not pregnant all of a sudden.
Right.
Their blood is normal. Their urine is normal. They have none of this hormones in their system. And they say, well, it was just a false pregnancy. And then that's all they do. So some women, I think there's a girl, she had her own show one time called Kathy Davis. She was part of this breeding program, she claimed that she was impregnated several times. And she remembers each time that they came and extracted the embryo. She is just one of many that claimed the same thing. And again, Kathy Davis would say, oh, I didn't agree to this. No way in the world I'd agree to this. But then again, we artificially inseminate cows and pandas and saber-tooth and tigers and stuff like that without their knowledge or signing off any contract. So we can.
We don't think anything about the farm animals. I know we could be a farm animal to them. We're already a match of DNA. And
in World War II, oh God, I forget his name. Hitler wanted to bring back an old area, a country, and they called it some type of ox. And this guy was it Goering? He was over the Air Force. Anyway, he went out and commandeered like 10,000 acres of Rhineland, and they were going to have these primitive beasts run around, and it was called a certain type of ox, and they were going to breed this beast just so the elite of the Nazi party could go out on hunting expeditions and shoot these gigantic bovine.
Unbelievable.
And it was like, what's going on here? So they went to these veterinarians.
Yeah,
And-
not super cows.
Yeah, and they made these super cows, and a couple of them are in Austria still today, and they're gigantic. You can see they have like long horns on them, and they look like an oxen. You know, they have this hairy bangs that come down, and they look pretty primitive, but I don't think they really were. But they went to a couple of veterinarians that were going to start breeding these animals on a full-time basis, make this herd, and yeah, and then that's a Bremer cow, but they were actually to look like these woolly oxen, and they were going to go out and then they were going to have hunting parties and kill them. You know, so these guys didn't have a contract. I mean, we were just whipping these guys out willy-nilly. You know?
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
so if you still think you're cattle, which I know I am, you know, you're going to be used for whatever they can use you for.
Yeah. Joshua says she had a friend, and I think I remember you telling us about this, that had a baby ripped from her womb, and she said it was an alien. You know, I've seen medical records, and they believes her. It's a reason to believe. And no, that's something Nathaniel likes to talk about as well. He's got a few things on that for sure. Those, you know, aggressive aliens. And he brings up a good point, because so much of the ufology community, you know, just always says, hey, there's a good, you know, they're good, they're here to help. They're not, you know, then you look at something like that, and it's basically a rape and
it's
stealing of the
it's not a good experience.
It's totally an evasive experience, and then there's an evasive extraction. But by our medical science, it's idiosyncratic. We don't know what it is, so we just give it some name, like, you know, you know, it's unbelievably terrible to the psychology, but at the same time, we can't stop it or prevent it from happening. And there's no medical doctor out there who's going to tell you it's aliens, not unless they have a genetic sample, you know. And then I heard just the other night, I forgot what it was. I forgot who I was listening to. I'm sorry to say, but they were talking about like tall grays are really from our future, and they have our identical DNA, and they're taking their souls, their essence, and they're genetically creating human bodies so that grays can transmogrify into a human body. And so they're a gray inside of a normal human body, which to me is kind of like maybe, because we don't have the brain capacity for a gray. We just don't have it. So they're trying to fit this type. Yeah, this side is of consciousness into something like that. We don't have the chromosomes to put all that in together. But if you want to develop a hybrid, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's done all the time. And make sure that hybrid's telepathic, and he can look just like Fred Flintstone, and you can put him on the planet and he'll blend right in. But, you know, what is that going to solve? If he's not running for president or working in the Pentagon, what does it solve? You know? But just let me tell you a little thing. There are some extraterrestrials running around. One day they're at the UN, walking down the halls, talking to world leaders, and the next day they're out at Area 51 arrest for updating software and helping people, you know, with their projects.
Flying in on Janet Airlines.
Oh yeah, just another air transport. So
that's right.
So you can, but they're not coming on Janet. They're coming on their own.
Yeah.
Now the other day, I was doing some, research and stuff. So, that's Stephen Greer's.
That's the Atacama mummy.
We're not even going to go there.
I got so aggravated with the Atacama mummy, because I was sold on this thing.
No,
and of course it gets proved out to
He is so pissed off at Stephen Greer right now.
Held a grudge on Stephen Greer over this Atacama mummy business.
I do feel sorry for Stephen, like I feel sorry for Travis Taylor. They don't represent me, and they're a small fraction of the spectrum that's required to look at this. And
It's
now
true.
I can tell you right now, there's a couple of generals running around saying that that's not an alien, that's a demon. That's a demon.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Too
And
much.
they will sit there and swear to you all up and down that they're the Antichrist and they're demons and blah blah blah. It's like, oh my God, get that out of your head. They're not demons, they're just like everybody else. They're just trying to make a living, they just happen to be genetically more. Okay, so let's just take the human species. I just threw this in. Let's just take the human species. We have about 20 to 23 thousand pairs of DNA, RNA, DNA. Okay, that's locked in. Okay, now you're talking to a Pleiadian. They have 40,000. They have double the DNA we have. Okay, you talk to an Andromedan. They have 60,000 pairs of DNA. Okay, so don't come to me and tell me that you don't have the DNA. I know you don't have the DNA to talk to these people. You don't have the DNA to even walk into the same science class with these people. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How many thousands of generations did it take for them to develop warp drive or for them to develop a spaceship that wouldn't crash? Look how long it took us to get to the moon. I mean, God, how many rockets did we send up that just blew up on the launch pad? They get up to the tower and just blow up, So rocket science is still, even Elon Musk has trouble, with some of his stuff landing and
coming back down.
Sure. And China has had some real mishaps.
Yeah.
They don't get a lot of press here, but they had like a town pretty much burned from a rocket. Malfunction.
So I sent you, you asked me one time, how does a UFO work? Well, I sent you a paper on the old style UFOs.
Yeah, anti-gravity.
Now, they don't make the ships like that anymore, but I'm just telling you, that's the old style. And it is electrical, and yes, it uses electromagnetic fields. But they used 3 or 4 anti-gravity pods to maneuver the ship around. Okay. Today, they don't have to do that. They just use the electromagnetic force of whatever they've got inside that little engine, because when in the Tic Tac video, it was just doing it. It was just reacting at the thought of the person inside the ship. You see what I'm saying?
So it's alive, basically, one of those.
Basically, basically it's alive. And it does not require the 3 or 4 little navigational pods in the base of it to work against the Earth's gravity. So whatever they've done, they've taken those pods out and put in a larger engine that circulates the electromagnetic field around the ship. And then that is what propels it. So it's like all of a sudden, I got my UFO here. I'm sorry. There we go. My UFO here. Yeah. It's
exact it's an exact replica.
Yeah. It's an exact replica. Anyway, so this UFO here. Okay. So to fly it, you need something pushing down against the Earth gravity, right? Well, the weird part about it is now you don't need that. All they do is promote, meaning they push the electromagnetic field in front of them and reduce it in the back, so it pushes everything out of the way so it can just go, and that's it. There's no working against gravity anymore. It just becomes its own gravity field, and then it's the gravity that changes its direction. And that's why it can go underwater and fly up in the sky and go 80,000 feet and yada yada yada, because you're using just
the right turn.
Just because it creates a null void inside, and you can then manipulate the rest of the ship with just electromagnetic waves. Now, we are still using air to fuel the rockets or jets and the wingtips. Okay, so they're using air in reverse and but it's electromagnetics, and they're using it in reverse. Instead of sucking it in, they're pushing it out. And when they push it out, they go forward. When they want to back up, they just push it in the back and they back up. I mean, it's
wild.
It's wild, but it makes so much more sense because you have less working parts. You have less things that can go wrong. So if this crashed at Roswell or Cape Girardeau or the Rhine River or whatever, you take it apart, there's no way we could really figure this out. But if I just gave you a modified Tic Tac, okay, it's like saying, okay, the old days was a 57 Chevy. We don't drive 57 Chevys anymore. Today we drive brand new Lexus and Teslas. So it's a totally different car that we have in the 1950s. That's a totally different spaceship. It's just a totally different physics and totally different spaceship. That's why I said, if the portal ever opened on Skinwalker Ranch, there's no physicist in his right mind can sit there and figure that out. There's just no way. We can't even get rockets to Mars. Okay. We had to get permission to go to our own moon. And it wasn't even our moon, and so now we've got to get permission to go to Mars, and we got to get a rocket off the ground to get there. So,
yeah.
So Travis, you got your work cut out for you, man. But
sure.
But I'm talking about people that have spent 10,000, maybe 20,000 years crossing the galaxy, and they're smart.
Yeah,
they're very smart. Yeah. So, are they still here? Absolutely. Admiral Byrd flew into Antarctica City. It's been here for almost 400,000 years. There's other residue areas across the planet that are Orion based, and they're still here. It's an ancient technology that we have forgotten, just vanished. In Egypt, there was a round globe, like a glass globe, and it would be turned off in the day, but it would naturally come on at night.
Like solar?
Yeah, there's a question there for you.
Yeah, I want to know if Dr. Lynch would
walk into a UFO even if you could never see your family again.
Sure. Yeah, gotcha. Absolutely. Because what I would learn in 5 minutes on that UFO, you couldn't teach in all the universities in all the world in a single day.
Right. Now, I understand that, but if you could never see your family again, though, is
that's okay. That's okay.
Because I'm missing.
It's okay. In Star Trek, in the original series, okay, you had 480 crew members. They had to run 4 shifts, 24/7 on that ship. Their living quarters were very small, okay, and confining, okay, but they weren't in there that long. They were out and maintaining the ship. So look at just basic light travel. To go to Alpha Centauri is 4.7, 4.8 light years away. Okay, it'll take me at the speed of light 4.7 years to get there and 4.7 years to get back. In that time, the Earth will have aged 100,000 years. So,
all right,
any astronaut takes the risk of stepping on that ship and going out into space to find something fantastic, but coming home to a generation that has virtually forgot about it.
Yeah. It reminds me of the ending of Close Encounters, right? The Third Kind. Right. And you see like the old pilots coming off the ship, when they actually, they open up the door and you see these people from different generations walking out that have been abducted and they're in their back and they're in, a whole new world.
Richard Dreyfuss, they ask him in the end, what's his blood type and, what's his birth date and all this other stuff. And he goes, I have no idea, man. I'm just like mesmerized by this. And they came and got him. They left the other astronauts behind, but they came and got him. Mm-hmm. And the gentleman, the French gentleman, I think it's Trouveau.
Yeah, he's supposed to be Jack Valet.
Valet.
Yeah, Jack Valet. That's it.
But he's not. It's not named Jack Valet in the movie, and it's not
Right.
him, but it's
Right.
modeled
Based
after
on-
Jack Valet.
And
Yeah.
I love that line. Richard Dreyfuss says, "Who's in?" Richard Dreyfuss goes, "Who's in charge here?" And Valet and he goes, "I'm in charge." He goes, "In charge? You're not even American." You know, it's like you know, who's in charge here? But anyway, but the idea is that Richard Dreyfuss was invited. They wanted to invite him,
Right.
and
Even
that's
though
why
the other ones, like the other astronauts to go on that ship, were
Right.
trained and
It was like they
everything.
were bringing them forward by making them obsessive.
Right. There's in one of the original pilots of Star Trek, not the original pilot, but in the next episode or so, they come across the first Federation, and it's a little boy, and he's really an old man, but he's just in a little boy form. And Kirk goes, "This is going to be, this is one of our officers, and he's going to join you so you can educate him." And the man goes, "Oh, so this must be your finest." And the guy goes, "No, I'm your worst. But you can learn from me. You learn about humans." And that's what Kirk's idea was. We'll give you not a mistake, but we'll give you our slow learners, and then you can educate him, and he'll be so much better when he gets back that it'll be tremendous for us, for the human race. And so I always watch that show in a little contempt, but that's really what it is. 5 minutes or 500,000 hours of learning everything there is to learn.
So it's a hell of a download. Carol mentions that she saw a UAP this summer. Well, she was in her backyard on 2 different occasions. One was round and one looked like a rectangle. And I think that's great. And I'm so glad we have a platform where people can feel comfortable, talking about the UAP experience.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Now,
it wasn't always that way.
Now, a lot of this was manned in the old days, but we had manned airplanes, Now, with their advent of AI, and they don't really care too much anymore, so they just send drones now, and these drones can be as small as a basketball or as big as a car, and they're totally automated. They're totally AI. They can be sent from 100 light years away or 200 light years away. As long as they get permission, they can come into the atmosphere, they unload, unpack, and then they start flying around, and they just scan and keep sending data back. We do the same thing on Mars. We've landed our probes, they unpack themselves, they boot up with the sun, and then they start driving around. Well, just think of a civilization a little bit further down the road, and everything there is anti-gravity and will fly.
More advanced.
So more advanced. So it's the same thing. It's just they don't have the time to spend anymore. They're not going to come down and get their hands dirty anymore. And what they're refining could be totally different things. It could be water, soil, air. It could be trees. It could be fluorocarbons in the atmosphere.
Trees alone, we need them.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it's just whatever they decide that they need to do the research on. And I just want to,
Yeah.
I just
Linda, you
What's that?
pardon. I'm sorry.
Saying goodnight.
were saying goodnight to Linda Judd.
Oh, okay. Good night. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
So there's been a ton of research on DNA lately. I just want to throw this out there. So the idea is that the ocean, in our ocean, is our DNA. So in every naval battle the British ever did, and they had dead soldiers, they would bury them at sea, and they threw all these bodies into the sea. Okay. In the future, somewhere down the road, not very far from now, we'll be able to take samples out of our own ocean and then find human DNA in it.
I would think that of a lot of civilizations, they used to, it's like the Vikings, they did the burial at sea.
Yeah. Now they would burn the bodies. They would burn the bodies on a boat. But just think of how many people died at sea and their bodies were thrown overboard. Now the ocean becomes the last storage thing, the last
Mm.
mass storage system on the planet. And so somewhere down the future, let's say the human race is extinct, just extinct. Some extraterrestrial with technology will dip down into our oceans, and they will pull up dolphins, sharks, blowfish, pufferfish, sea urchins. Oh, human. And they'll be able to sit there with that and then restructure the DNA, and
Take it apart.
they could have a human. So
Wow.
our oceans are the last storage
Bank, basically.
storage
Yeah.
bank, yes, of the earth. And everything can be found in the oceans, from the smallest bacteria to the largest sea creatures. Their
Mm.
DNA is in that ocean.
Jeepers.
Interesting. I know a lot of people say the ocean is salty due to whale sperm,
Yeah.
but I think that's been
No,
fact checked. But maybe the
Yeah.
foam.
No, but that's really interesting because I've never thought of it that way. I don't know.
Yeah.
Didn't
So-
think of that way. It's cool.
So there's a lot of things that can alter DNA, but there's a lot of things that can remember the DNA, and that is our own ocean. And that is what's so fascinating about the planet Earth, is that it is a storage house. If you know how to extract the data, it is a storage house of every species that ever existed. So we don't need to go into the ice pack in Siberia to pull out these
Yeah,
animals.
that's all the plants.
Right. We can just go into the ocean to whatever depth, I don't know exactly, but they could extract every plant life, every bacteria life, every mammal, every amphibian or whatever from the ocean.
Wow.
And then they could just restrain it. So
That's crazy.
CRISPR to another species is recreating exactly what we're creating to destroy ourselves. And they can do it through AI. So they can do it through AI. So all they're looking for is what we call the homunculi mass, which is just a record of the DNA sequence. Once we take that strain and then we replicate it, we can just replicate it. We'll have the entire human DNA. And maybe in the future they'll say, man, this was such a simple animal, such a simple creature. And
Yeah, but we built your AI.
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And
It's just
so
the sheep or the ants building the AI. That's what we're here.
yeah, we're the ants building the AI in retrospect, and but that's kind of how we kind of look at it. Now you can take all the DNA in everybody's bodies and you can put them in memory banks and servers and everything across the world, but they're required on electricity. If we lose the grid, if man disappears, the grid and everything else breaks down, then it's just whoosh, forgotten.
That's it.
And the ocean is the last storage house for us and our DNA. Now, if we go off world, we'll leave it all that behind. We'll leave it all behind and go into a new planet, new space. But see, that's where Elon Musk is. He's got a great idea, but the reality is totally different. The Goldilocks zone for the Earth is changing. The sun is warming up and it is changing. All the planets in our solar system are changing. They're going through a climate change. So Elon says, well, we can run off to Mars and we can be okay in case the sun develops and swells or whatever. And no, you're not. Mars has to reconstitute its atmosphere, its barometric pressure. And there's no way to do that unless you have soil and plants that can do that.
Supposedly he thinks he can. He wants to terraform the planet.
Carl Sagan said back in the 70s, we needed to send satellites to Mars that would drop seeds down. And the seeds of the North Pole and the South Pole, so that it would fall into the ice pack and start growing out of the ice.
Planet. Yeah.
But if you look at Mars over the past 5 years, the North Pole and South Pole are virtually gone. There's no ice back there.
No, not
So
anymore.
So if we flew over with seeds and we planted Mars, those would die because they didn't build up enough barometric pressure and there's not enough moisture to maintain them, you see. So there's some water underground. Yes, I saw that in the latest NASA photos. There's some water there, but you have to mine it. You have to drill it up. And so there's a lot of complications. I mean, everyone says, oh, yeah, I like to run off to a desert island, or a tropical island. And they think that's a great fantasy until you get there and realize it's very difficult to survive.
Exactly.
Yeah. Unless you're like the professor on Gilligan's Island.
Yeah, exactly. 2 coconuts, man.
Yeah.
Take some coconuts and you can make anything.
That's right.
I like to know how
those coconuts.
Yeah, I like to know how Mary Ann made coconut cream pie.
Coconut cream pies.
With graham cracker crust, because I can tell you there is no graham crackers on an island like that.
No. That's so funny.
Hell no. No.
But she did. It's an amazing little girl. But it's an amazing show. But and there is a pyramid. We call it the Pyramid of Survival. And at the top is like stuff like luxuries and reproduction. And at the bottom is a home, food, transportation, income. And then you keep on going up. It's called the
why
pyramid.
Isn't it backwards though? Should be the first thing.
Yeah, but because mankind psychologically needs a support mechanism. He needs a team. He needs a village. He needs a support mechanism before he can build up. And the last thing on the list is like marriage and reproduction. And then, but we got it kind of flipped upside down. And so we're kind of, messing with our resources. But if you look at that, then that pyramid, getting to the point, that pyramid is required no matter where you're at, tropical island or Mars or wherever, the mankind psychological profile is in that pyramid. And, some people can rush to the top and other people's going to have all their ducks in a row before they can go to the next step. And a lot of people come to me and say, Mike, why were all the old structures made out of stone? And I'm with David Hatcher Childress on this. Yeah. It was easy for them, to cut that stone, polish that stone, and put it into a paver, to make a paver. The Mayans had roads that were as big or as wide as the roads we have today. And they were all paved, just like the Roman roads. They were stones there. And so there's this in Tiwanaku and in Egypt, there are these stones, pavers that go together, and there's a metal bar. It's called an eye bar, which keeps them together with no mortar.
Right.
And everyone says, oh, well, they made those. Oh, there we go. Here we go. What is that?
That's a Maslow's pyramid. Is that what you're referring?
That's for spirituality. But
psychology, Maslow.
But it's very close. It's very close. Self-actuation. Actually, get self-actuation a little bit earlier, but
belonging and love being in the middle there.
Yeah. So to keep these pavers together because of earthquakes, they put this eye bar, and they had to cut the form of it and pour the liquid into it, the liquid metal, for it to shape up.
And you see those grooves.
Yes.
Rock.
And
yes,
the archaeologist says, oh, no, that's impossible. What they did was they made the eye bar and they set it down on the stone and they drew around it. And then they chipped out the eye bar placement. Well, then that defeats your purpose for earthquakes, because if you had to do that, that means they'll be loose. And when the earthquake comes, you can never get that stone chipped out to be precise as the bar. So somehow they took this nickel and lead composition and they heated it, which was almost impossible at the time, and they poured it into the eye bar cutouts. Mm-hmm. So it would sink up and be earthquake proof. That's why all the structures in Egypt, that's why all the structures in Rome that had these staples in them were for earthquakes. So there was no mortar. They just synced up because of the stapling. And even today, people haven't got that through their head. And they go into earthquake zones and they just lay down, concrete, like an asphalt, like, oh, well, who cares if it collapses or not? We'll just rebuild it or whatever. And then that's the whole argument. Somewhere in our past, they did not want their buildings to fall down. And there is a building in Malta, and the building has these walls, and on top of the walls is a round ball where they cut into it, and they put the ceiling on top of these round balls. Well, in Malta, if you have an earthquake, that would just roll around.
Right. They shift.
Right. They shift. They don't fall. They won't fall down. Well,
right.
The same concept is in California. They built these brand new buildings, and they put these balls in sockets around the foundation, so that building can sit there and go crazy, and it will still stand.
Yeah.
So we're using the same fundamental philosophies and technology that these guys use in Malta, 15,000 years ago, if not older.
That's what they were saying. It's like ancient times, and yet we can't even. We just, like you said, concrete. That's it.
Right. Okay. And Göbekli Tepe, just to throw this out, they have these columns there, right?
Yeah.
They're like 12, 15 feet tall. How did they haul them from wherever the quarry that they got them? There's no explanation how they transported them. Did they drag them? Did they put them on ox carts?
Right.
They weigh tons. And
that's what they were saying about Easter Island as well. Yeah.
Yeah, the Moai. But the Moai, they found a way that they actually rock them back and forth. That's why they kind of rounded on the bottom.
They finally got to that. Yeah, that part. But
it took them a long time.
Like Puma Punku, that's one of the ones with the eye holes, and I think that one had a disaster with a really bad earthquake, I believe, as well.
No, it was Lake Titicaca flooded and wiped out Puma Punku and most of Tiwanaku. And the building of Puma Punku is still there. It's just under the sediment, under the mud, and it has to be excavated and extracted. Right. And you could virtually build Puma Punku all over again if you had 100 archaeologists out there turning up soil to look for it, or an underground radar to like LiDAR to find out where the stones are. Now, Puma Punku, like many other sites, Sexy Woman or Sexy Woman.
Sexy Woman.
That's you, baby.
Thank you.
They went to a quarry. This is really interesting. They went to a quarry and they mined the quarry. They took the rocks and they ground them up. I don't know how they did that. But anyway, they went to the quarry and they said, okay, we're going to take a block. They cut out a block. They laid it down and somehow they pulverized it to where it was powder. And then they hauled the powder to Puma Punku and they poured it into a mold and then they squeezed it just like Frank Lloyd Wright. There you go. And they squeezed it into a form just like Frank Lloyd Wright did in his house that he made out of concrete. And it's the same thing. That is they may have heated it up, but you see on top there, see the two little flashings on top. Those were the metal pieces went in to connect those together because
that's
of
right.
Earth
T-shapes.
T-shapes. That is the section where they poured the metal and to prevent it from earthquakes. But when you had the flood from Lake Titicaca, it just pushed the building over, and so it wasn't like an earthquake situation. It was like a tsunami situation, and the power of the water just pushed it over, and it was never.
They're so
rebuilt.
They're just so heavy. You wouldn't think that would happen.
Yeah, and the other thing too is Giorgio Tuclos says those edges right there are still so sharp you can cut yourself. Well,
David Childress and I think Graham Hancock, somebody said that as well.
Yeah. And
I'm saying it's aliens,
but no.
Yeah, and the deal is that they could have heated it up somehow. So you take this, let's say plaster, concrete is really what it is, and you
Mhm.
pour it into a mold. And if you could heat that mold up, it will dry so much faster and be crystalline in structure. And it will look like stone. It will look just like stone. But
Right.
if you chip that stone away, you'll find out on the inside, it's all granular. So it was just granite or stone that was ground up and then reconstituted back in that shape.
They had to have a really, really hot fire, like really hot, in order
Yeah. And there
for
are
it.
no trees at that altitude. There is no trees. So it's like taking a brick and put it into an oven. What are you going to use for fuel to
Right.
heat it up?
Exactly.
In ancient Babylon, they made brick, and they decorated the walls with this blue brick,
Mhm.
and they could heat it, and they can make and if you go to the German museum and look up the gates of Babylon, the gate of Babylon, it'll be blue with all these horses and animals on it. And okay, that's brick technology. That's tectons. That's a small thing. We're talking about big objects that weigh a ton, several
Right.
tons. And they were lifted and put into position. They were poured like concrete. They may have been heated up. Their metal staples were poured into the tops of them so they could interlock.
Mhm.
We're talking like Legos from 10,000, 20,000 years ago.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about. And most of our people were de-evolving because of the radiation, so they were like still, in thatched huts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's repurposed.
Repurposing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, like I said, if you had 100 archaeologists digging around that full time, you could find that entire building. And that was an Orion temple and base. Now, Tiwanaku was not. It was a city, a civilization where the masses of the lower levels went up as if to a big flood. Now, you talk about ancient Greece where the gods were on Mount Olympus.
Mhm.
These are the same type of things. The people went up to the top of the mountain, Tiwanaku, and they stayed there. There was over 1 million population, and they had to feed those populations. And as the water receded, they then broke up and left in segments and went down and did the same exact platform farming as they did at Tiwanaku. So the system of how they grew their plants and vegetables was the same. And it all starts at Tiwanaku and then works its way down the mountain till you get back down to the lowlands. And why is that? Because everything had the flood waters had dissipated. So Tiwanaku's square, the square of Tiwanaku, where you see the crying bird, the bird man who's at the top of that gate.
Of the door. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if you look at the edges of that square, of that area,
Mhm.
you see these two major pylons or posts, right? Okay. That is where the sun rises on the longest day and on the shortest day.
The solstice. Yes.
The solstices, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But they went back in time, ran it back, and that was built 17,000 years ago.
That's ridiculous. My God. It's awesome. It's beautiful. I love that.
That's it. Yeah, that's the gate. And we're looking at the wrong side, but if we go on the other side and look this way, you would see those pylons. Okay, now our sun is inside those pylons. So 17,000 years ago, that was correct. But today, it's not correct at all.
Right.
So the Earth has changed in its orbit or its whatever, on its axis, and that calendar does not work anymore.
Right.
Again, the original translation or description of those dancing birdmen
Mhm.
was of a group of people who could not go home. They flew, but they could not go home.
Hmm.
And they do the dance in remembering of where they came from. Now, that was the original translation. They've changed that translation now, and that's just a ceremonial dance. Okay. But it still rings true that whoever built Pumapunku didn't go home. They built structures like that all around the world.
If you look at Machu Picchu, when you were saying about the squares, Machu Picchu is a very good example of that, because they're not stairs. They're actually where they farmers. That's what they did. They farmed.
Yeah, platform farming. Yeah, yeah. You don't see that again until Vietnam. If you go to look at pictures of Vietnam, their rice, they do it in stair steps.
Oh, wow.
So it's the same as Machu Picchu, except in Machu Picchu they used bird manure or bird dung to fertilize those fields. In Vietnam, they take cow dung or bison dung, whatever they got over there, water buffalo, and they take that and they mix it with a slurry, make a slurry composition, and they fertilize their fields with it. So you'll see this stair-step farming throughout the world: Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, some parts of China, and in the Central America. So who doesn't do it? I went to Rome, and we had a tour out to Pompeii. And out to Pompeii, when you're driving out to Pompeii, you see all these grapevines alongside these mountains. It's like, how in the world they get in and they grow up there? But they're done in stair step, so they can harvest. So they can harvest them. Yeah, and they're grapes. So these grapevines are up there, and I was like, well, man, this looks just like Vietnam. This looks just like Peru. This just looks like, all these other places. Where do they get this idea?
Right. Well,
there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's Thailand right there.
Yeah. Now everyone talks about feng shui. That came out of that type of farming. They figured out where the way the wind blows, the way the sun rises and sets, and they connected all that together to make these platform farms.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah, and that's where feng shui comes from. Yeah.
Yeah. Joshua says farming is just bioengineering.
Yes, it is. It is. Now, again, right after the last epoch, a lot of people talk about it, but all of a sudden there was animal husbandry. There were seeds that people were planting they grew. There was wine manufacturing, beer manufacturing. All of a sudden, these pockets all over the planet just burst out with all exactly the same technology. The only difference was disease. So some of them died out, some of them survived, but they all had a similar background in farming. And that is bioengineering, pure and simple. We've lost it. Okay, in America, we have 4 basic cash crops: soybeans, corn, potatoes, and rice and cotton, more or less.
I was going to go with the marijuana, but yeah.
Okay, well that's the cash crop too. But I just grow it for free. But anyway, so the whole thing
We
is,
have to. Don't worry.
yeah. So the whole thing is that we've reduced our diets, like sweet potatoes and potatoes. In Peru and Chile, they have 40 different varieties of potatoes. In Mexico, they have 20 different varieties of corn. Okay. They have a wide diversity in everything that they grow and do. Why? Because if one dies out, you always have another one.
A backup plan.
You have a backup plan. That's right. So if your cow doesn't give milk, your goat will give you milk. If you have a corn that doesn't want to grow in that soil, then you have another corn that can replace it. And it goes on like this. We don't. If our yellow corn gets infected, it wipes out the entire field. Okay. If our wheat if our wheat gets infected, it wipes out because it's
That's a
all
big
the
reason
same.
that
Okay,
gets
now,
infected a lot.
Right. Hence the GMOs out there.
right. And then, okay, back in the day, remember when you could eat a banana and it actually tasted like a banana?
Yes.
And then the bananas you have today don't taste like anything because they were totally different species. They're totally different species of banana. The banana that you grew up with, the banana flavor that you get at Steak and Shake, the artificial banana,
I want one of those.
is what we remember. But those bananas got a disease and were wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You told me that.
They're all the
story.
same
I never
banana.
knew that.
Right.
Yeah.
When you go to a market, any market, the species of banana is always the same.
Always the same because there's no other species available. There's no other species available.
Try it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Commercial, anyways. There are some, species out there, but they're not grown commercially.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah.
So you have these plantations in South America, the Caribbean, and in Africa, and they're growing what we would think is a good diverse selection of tangerines and clementines and bananas and apples and things like that. When actually, in reality, they're just producing for the market that they can sell to. It's not really food diversity, it's market placement. And that's what they're growing all this food for, is market placement. So if you get a country like America and we don't like something, then we're not going to order it. It's just that simple.
Simple.
So the manufacturer or the plantation has got to sell to a country that likes that. Right. And so we take it out of our diet because of dislike. But then again, we probably needed it for fiber or a digestible intake.
Yes.
Okay, it's like this. I can take a nickel-sized mushroom and you can eat that, pretty much raw. And you eat that mushroom. It has the absorbability to absorb all of the free-floating stuff in your stomach and break it down so you get more nutrition. So mushrooms are actually a good dietary habit to get into.
Yes, they're very good. Love mushrooms and like portobellos I'm talking about. And
and there's a lot of people that say, no, I can't handle the mushrooms. I don't want that dirty fungus in my soup or on my sandwich or whatever. And it's really good for you. It's good for you.
Fungus in our body and stuff.
Yeah. So, in Mexico, they make salsa in Mexico. And the reason for you to eat salsa is that it's an antibacterial. So if you get some meat that has bacteria on it or is, not well cooked, the salsa will break it down as you eat it so you don't get sick.
Yeah.
Right? That's like the ginger with your sushi. When you get sushi, you get slices of ginger with it, and it's the ginger.
Yeah.
It will kill any bacteria.
Right. And that's what's killing America is the buildup of they call it leaky gut syndrome or bile syndrome or whatever, but it's really the buildup of non-digestible materials.
The bile syndrome, that's liver.
Yeah. And it's where you need to flush your liver because it becomes fatty, or you need to flush your gut because you don't want it bulging.
And like your pancreas. Here we go back around to the diabetes.
Yeah. Linda,
John was saying about that.
About diabetes a few times.
Yeah, and it's just the inability to break it down. Now, the human body really shouldn't have all that sugar, and it shouldn't really have all that salt. But somewhere in between should be a good medium to where people can create a very healthy and tasty diet that should not affect their, mindset. My dad said, I'll eat biscuits and gravy until I die. And he did.
Yeah. My grandparents were the same way. And my grandmother just passed away a year ago in April. And she ate like that all the time. They cooked with bacon grease, bacon fat. And lived to be 99. She almost hit her 100th birthday. So
now we need a level of fat in our diet. That is just a fact because we're mammals. Okay, and then what the FDA and the food production companies have taken out the fat and then the trans fats. And what
Mm.
they put back in is soybean and sugar.
Right,
So,
right.
so your diet becomes very
Sugar.
tasty, but
Yeah.
it's sugar based.
Right.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah, the sugar industry and the FDA kind of had a little bit of a marriage there, and they pushed sugar on us. They pushed the story that fat makes you fat for many years.
that's
You
not
know,
true.
it's not
Yeah,
true. You know,
that's right.
it's sugar that makes you fat.
A scientist, a bioengineer, clipped some of his hair and put it through some tests, and it comes out corn every time.
Wow.
The computer couldn't tell that was human hair or human protein. It just came back corn. So everything we eat, like the Mayans, okay, they didn't last very long, is corn based. It's corn syrup, corn sugar, it's
Corn flour.
corn flour, corn in our tortillas.
Yeah.
Corn is everywhere. Okay.
Absolutely.
And that is a starch. That is a starch. And we don't need to be eating that
Carbs.
24/7. But look
Yeah.
at your candy bar. Your first or second ingredient is only sugar, it's corn syrup.
Mhm.
You know, and it just goes on from there. Just pick up your food and read the labels.
Oh
And,
yeah, we've
and
been
it's
doing
shocking.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
We're kind of doing a keto diet. over
Yeah.
there, and-
yeah,
And,
keto. Yeah,
Chris-
yeah.
Chris was telling me real quick. I just wanted to interject this, and it really makes sense that since the 80s, diabetes has quadrupled.
Yes.
quadrupled.
Yes.
Quadrupled. That's
Yeah.
a huge ass number right there.
Yeah.
And that's because of all the crap that we eat.
The
from
American
store.
diet is just
Yes.
Yeah.
terrible. You know, and we're always in a hurry. Fast food gets eaten.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now here's the other thing. In China, as China started developing wealth,
Oh, hold up, McDonald's.
New World Order.
as China developed wealth, they started eating more and more American food. And like in North Korea, KFC is like one of the biggest fast food places there are. Well,
Worst one too.
all of a sudden,
Grease.
with all this Western food, they started gaining weight. And they go to the doctors and say, I don't get it, man. I'm eating 3 meals a day and I'm still gaining weight. Well, everything there was artificial. It was artificially based. That's why the body can't digest it. And they started retaining.
Their body was definitely not used to that either. So
That's right. Yeah. I tell everybody, okay, you got to drink your 8 glasses of water every day. You're going to have as much diet soda, as much coffee as you want, but you've got to drink 8 glasses of water a day. And they go, well, I'll be going to the bathroom all the time.
I was just going to tell you, I'm up all night. Do it
That is the point. Your body's got to flush it out. You got to flush that out.
every night. I can't do it. I have a limit of when I can drink the last, my last water.
Have you seen this, Mike? The
this
UFO
is
burger?
awesome.
UFO burger.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a South Korean fast food chain, and it's growing. It's very popular, and they use like a press and these giant buns to make their burgers and their sandwiches look like UFOs, and they do.
Yeah, they do.
That's the real thing. Yeah, we watched a video on
it. So if you guys want to see it, check it out.
UFO
It's
burger.
really cool.
Pretty interesting, and maybe it'll come to the U.S. But it's a giant sandwich. And
Yeah.
it doesn't look like the healthiest thing.
No,
However, it does look like a UFO.
just
to bring us back to aliens.
Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, if you ever get into Halliburton a little bit, Halliburton makes a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in a bun like that. It's concealed. It looks kind of like it's not a donut, but it looks square. It's square. And what they do is they just throw it into an oven for a few minutes. The bread crusts on the outside, and they hand it to you, and it's jelly and peanut butter. And they serve it to all of our military people in Afghanistan. And they're
about $300 a sandwich.
The taxes.
And it's like, do our soldiers really need peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? I mean, that's the question I ask. But they go, yeah, we got a contract, so we got to deliver. And Halliburton did all the laundry and all this other stuff. But then, okay, we have a 20-year war. And you have KFC and you have the coffee places and all this other stuff in Afghanistan. And the reason why they're there, they're making money, but they're also on subcontract to the government.
Right. For the Americans. Right.
So no one ever complained that we were in a 20-year war. And then as soon as it ends, oh, we got inflation and we got this and we got that and bloody, bloody, bloody. And it's like, well, what was the difference? The difference is you lost your government contract. That's the only difference, you know. It was like, you know, I was telling everybody during COVID, for 2 years during COVID, while you were locked at home, the stock market was just going up and up and up and up and up.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, it's like amazing. We're not doing anything, and the stock market's going through the ceiling. It doesn't make any sense. It's illogical because we should be producing something, but they, you know, they don't produce anything but money in stock. So something fishy about that too.
Absolutely.
The 1% all the wealth. You know?
Yeah, it's like Walmart the other day said, we've borrowed and we spent everything we get our hands on. We begged, borrowed, and stole, and we're still in the tank.
Mm-hmm.
So Walmart's closing 1,500 stores.
Do you really believe that?
Across America. I believe it. Yeah, they're shutting down a warehouse in Arkansas. And that's their hub. That's their international hub.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I think they're greedy, so I don't mind.
Yeah, they made enough money.
I don't know if they do this in your Walmart, but like in ours up here in the Northeast, they check your receipt like when you're leaving, and this really goes up my ass like a mile.
He gets so pissed off.
It's like they're assuming that you're shoplifting. Yeah. So there's an assumption. And I think that sends a message to people, you know, and it's like it demeans them.
Yeah.
You know, they're already assuming, and it's just kind of authoritarian thing going on. And I just think it's terrible. You know, awful. Why would I go anywhere? It's not like they, you know, have more cashiers or anything. You know, everything's self-serve. You got to check yourself out. It's not really cheaper even when they roll back the price.
No.
You know.
Okay. In my day, or back in my day,
you got to say that all the time.
Back in my day, the proprietor and about 2 other high school kids, when I pulled in for gas, would jump out and wash my windows, fill up my car with gas. Ethel, if she was working, and check my tires on occasion, and sometimes check my oil. But they would clean off my headlights, clean off my front and rear windshield. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they would clean off my mirrors, and then I just paid for the gas and went on.
That's where full service comes from. That
was full service. Okay. Yeah. And then they said, well, you can save a lot more money if you do it by yourself. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. But then the gas prices just kept going up.
And if you haven't noticed, they took that windshield wiper washer thing away.
Yeah.
Do your own window.
Can't even do your own windows anymore.
Yeah. So I'm not paying for that.
Yeah.
So, okay, you forced me to do all this on your time. You're forcing my labor on your time. And I should be getting a discount for that time. It could be 10 cents. That's why I told, I was at my Walmart the other day, and I checked out myself, and I said, okay, look at my receipt. Tell me, how much money did I save? And the manager goes, what money? And I said, my labor ain't free. It took me an hour to walk around this place. It cost me $150 when I checked out.
Yeah. And they keep moving shit. Like you think you get used to where it is and then go back. It's like another hour.
You know, some people get paid $45 an hour. I know lawyers that get paid $200 an hour. Okay, if I spend an hour, you should be able to credit me $200. If
you spend an hour like we do trying to self-check it out and find the codes and stuff.
I'm standing in line to check myself out.
Exactly.
I'm going to check my receipt to make sure I didn't stick a little extra something in the bag, you know?
So I said, hey, where's my discount? It should say right here on my ticket, I saved 10% for doing it myself. And she looked at me like, what are you talking about? And I said, I wasted an hour or so of my time, and you're not giving me any discount, and you're treating me like cattle.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Cal says they don't have a right to do that, like legally, but they do. They do around here.
So what the deal is that I can see in the future when you walk into Walmart, they're going to ask you flat out, are you going to spend more than $100? And you go, no. Well, we don't want your business.
Yeah, just get out.
Just get out.
Is that why the spirits keep telling us that? Just get out. Get out.
Yeah, just and I can see this happening. That when you go into like Sam's or Costco, you're going to drop $150. But the deal is they're going to start asking you up front. Is it the same thing as you bought last time? Are you going to spend over $100?
Why do you think they're going to start doing that?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah. Because
You
they
gotta
want to
love
know
these folks. Pay to shop them.
their bottom
What kind of
line.
customer service is that?
Yeah. Their bottom line is based on your labor, on your cash and your time. And then they say, well, if you're not going to spend $100, then you're wasting our time, their time, not my time. If I just go into a store and walk around and not buy anything, that's my right.
Exactly.
That's my right.
Everybody's
Okay.
right.
Walmart are union breakers too. They don't,
Yes.
they
Oh,
pay,
yeah.
the worst, and they don't want people working where they have to provide benefits. So they break up the shifts. So you can't really be full time. And
Yeah,
they are also the largest employer in
Yeah.
the country.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Okay. I may have said this before, but Walmart's notorious for peasant insurance. So they will hire you, take out a full life coverage on you.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I've heard this.
And when you die, they collect.
Yeah, they've done this.
That's
Yes.
totally effing insane.
Right.
Awful.
They make
Insanely
more
awful.
money. They make more money off of dead people than they
Mhm.
ever do
I agree.
from the clientele.
Did you work
So-
at Walmart?
So you get a job at Walmart. They take out an insurance policy on you. Okay, they can make it $250,000, $1 million.
Yeah.
They know you're going to die in about 10 years. So all they have to do is pay on that little policy for 10 years. That's about what, $100,000.
So
They're going to get
illegal.
they're going to make $1 million off of your death, and then that's it. And that is business today. That is business today.
Did the cattle want to be brought into Walmart? Well, no.
Right. Okay, how far can you go? Okay, with enticements of low prices.
Mm.
They're the 6th, if not the 5th, larger distributor of Chinese goods. But the whole idea is like, you can't ignore our low prices, but we're going to treat you worse than cattle when you get in.
That's
Right.
It's a
If it was for convenience, I'd never go there. But
Roll back my ass.
it's not the money. You spend the same money
See?
anyways.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can go to supermarkets a little fancy. Yeah, you might pay a little more for the cat
Yeah.
food over there, but something's on sale and it comes out the same anyway.
Yeah.
So-
During COVID, there were several grocery stores in my area, and you would just email or go online, and you would buy your groceries online and then put in your credit card, and then they would deliver them to you. It was a service of delivery. Okay. And you could get almost any amount, like $50 and above for your food, and they would deliver it for you. And I thought that was like a great idea. But as soon as COVID was over, it was like, no, we're not going to do that anymore. You know how expensive that was? It's like expensive. It's like, yeah, gas didn't go down because of COVID. It remained the same, if not got worse. My brother listens to some radio stations or whatever. I think they're just like maddening, but
right.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. A lot of the cat food manufacturing
Yes.
affected in China.
Yeah.
And cat food is, especially the canned cat food.
Yeah, that was
disappeared off the shelves.
shit show for a very long
time. My brother was listening to some radio program, and he goes like, we're going to run out of gas. That's why gas is so high. And I go, hell no. I said, Alaska has more oil than Saudi Arabia. We have enough oil in America for 400 years.
We are the largest oil producer in the world.
Yeah. Okay. Starting today. Okay. We have enough for 400 years. Okay. And I said, and he goes, well, how come gas is so high? And I said, because they take it out of Alaska and they sell it on the global market, and they will jack the price however they see fit.
Yeah, they can do it themselves. Exactly.
That's right.
And they should not. It's price gouging, and they should not be doing that.
It is.
They're not here to save America. They're not here to save America. They're here to make a profit.
They did pass some kind of law over there to kind of like a special tax they put on oil companies and gas.
Yeah. No, we give them subsidies. The United States government gives them subsidies every year because, well,
give everybody subsidies.
I want a subsidy.
Right.
Damn it.
You have to grow tobacco. If you grow tobacco or honeybees, you can get a subsidy.
Really?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the honeybees, I knew that.
Okay.
Yeah, because we wanted, my son and I
Yeah.
like bees and beekeepers.
But if you're an oil company, even a small one, you can get a check every year from the government, and they pay little or no taxes. So
Sick.
so we're just keeping them alive. That's the whole thing, and then they can exploit whatever they want.
It's just
So the president. So when you hear the president come out, like JFK, and says we're going to do a price freeze, everything is frozen. No more price gouging. No more raising your prices. Okay. Then I'll go, okay, that's great. That's great. It just levels everything off. But normally what happens is someone will come out, we have a wage freeze, and then everybody else just raises their prices like it's last day of Christmas.
Yeah.
Why do they do that when you know it's
Rentals
frozen and nobody can pay, yet they do that? They jack it right
They're
up.
just draining
Rent-
everybody of their last
Really?
dollar. They're just draining everybody.
I think there'll be some kind of blowback eventually because the cost of living just keeps rising.
no.
And
There hasn't been any blowback since the 70s when they had sit-down strikes or sit-down situations outside nuclear power plants or oil refineries. They would have these hippies would show up and just sit there and play music about America and watch these guys build oil wells beyond oil wells. And that's the other thing too. Okay, America just not too long ago has 99 leases for oil drilling off the coast of Florida. They have they have made 99 different leases. Okay, and then we haven't even touched those leases. And they say, well, the hurricanes are really bad this year, so we're not going to put any oil rigs. They know the oil's there. They just don't want to go get it.
It was like when they were splitting off Iraq before the Iraq War,
Yeah.
Selling
they're
up
just going to let everybody else
figuring out the rights.
They're going to let everybody else drain their supply. Yeah. So we got oil. I mean, man, we got oil to spare. But you don't hear Mitch McConnell or Joe Biden or Chuck Schumer saying we need a freeze. This needs to be frozen. No, they don't even talk about that. They don't even talk about it. It's not really, I just, anyway.
It's bullshit.
But I tell you what, my friend, we're almost to 1:30.
Yeah.
This has been, I think, our
4 hours
show.
Longest show ever. You are
okay,
now.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
No, and you are now in our what is it? The
Hall of Fame. I'm in the Hall of Fame.
There you go. We'll call that the Hall of Fame. Bigfoot and the Bunny, Dark Horse Paranormal Hall of Fame.
It's been a lot of fun, but I
think everybody agrees with that.
You got it. Yeah, I understand. I just wanted to say that we're all close. I mean, we're all close to revealing the true history of our past, and a lot of it does not include us. We're the low man on the totem pole, even on our own planet, and some of this is still used today by the 1% or by whatever to keep us all in line.
Exactly.
And that is, and that's
back to the beginning again with the elite and the 1%.
And that's the society in which we live in. We don't live in a mutual trust society. We only trust in God, and that's on our money. And who is our God? That's the question. Is it the Orions? Is it the Anunnaki? Is it the people that were left behind, the King's List? Who's the God? And if you don't get out of that mindset and get to a higher form, we're going to be stuck in the mud and mire the rest of our civilization.
It's always been this way, that there's always been a 1%, and it goes back to your Anunnaki.
Exactly.
And I mean, it went through, like, look at the burning times and the witches and 100,000, mostly women, outspoken women.
Yes.
Were killed,
the Quakers,
by the church.
Yeah.
The Vatican seemed to be part of this for a long time.
Back in the 70s, I think 72 through 74, again, that special time, all the women I knew burned their bras.
Oh, yes.
In trash cans and demanded equal rights. Well, men didn't say anything about that. But as soon as they got into the corporate setting, they said, oh, we can't pay them as much as men. but they can sure take off their bras.
Burn that thing.
But anyway,
Unbelievable.
that was the equality exploitation. That's the exploitation
Iranian-
of equality.
Iranian
Yes.
women
Right.
are coming out now and saying they don't want to wear them.
Oh,
the hijabs. Yeah.
Hijab.
A few years ago, this was many years ago, all the American women would look at the Saudi Arabian women and they were wearing these masks, these veils, and they were wearing like a hijab. And they go, oh, look at those. They're wearing a mask. You can't trust them. That was just their mindset.
right.
And then through COVID, everybody wore a mask. And it's like, I don't trust you because the only guys I know that wear a mask are robbing banks. So
right.
Yeah, it was the weirdest thing walking into a bank. with a
yeah.
mask.
So all these people that were bad mouthing Saudi Arabians, women, or those women, got their karma back on them, and they had to wear a mask. And it was like, it's karma's a bitch. Well, excuse me, but
No, it's fine.
That's the worst.
Karma can bite. Karma can bite, and then that's the whole
Absolutely.
thing.
And going with that real quick, Iran, wasn't it the Iranian women in the 60s? They didn't have to wear
It was a whole different
any
thing. Yeah,
of
they were modern.
that.
in the
They were
60s.
very modern and very like cool like us.
Yeah.
And
It wasn't until the religious
In 68,
and the
Yep.
power.
yeah, when the Shah of Iran took over Iran,
yes.
he built dams and put in power and put in schools. And if you had a picture, a black and white photo in 1968 of 3 Iranian teenagers, they looked as if they were in any town USA.
Yes.
Same clothes, same cars, same bouffant hairstyle.
Yeah.
It was amazing. We were lowering the differences in our societies. Okay. Just bringing the walls down like Berlin. Okay. And we were all almost on the same level. There you go. I went to school in college with Iranian students, and the local neo-Nazi party or whatever, the local people came in and said, well, aren't you going to burn the Iranian flag because they're burning the American flag in Iran? And everybody sits around and goes, why? Why should we? Well, there were a couple of idiots that went out and got an Iranian flag and they were burning it. And the news made a big whoop-de-doo about it. And I was like, yeah, we have the right to protest. But the point is, what are we protesting? They're almost identical. They are identical to us. They want fast cars. They want better wine. They want better education. Saddam Hussein's biochemical weapons expert was in Columbia, Missouri. She went to Columbia, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
People think like they're living in caves or something over there, and it's not.
It's
true at
not
all.
some camel jockey living in a cave. These guys are in America being taught our science, our science. They go back home. They become leaders of their country. The College of Americas, man. College of Americas.
Yeah. They're a leader in stem cell technology.
Yes.
They
No,
are
yeah.
a world leader
are.
in stem cell
Well,
technology.
yeah,
In fact,
but
Iran.
the original College of
unbelievable.
America, yeah.
You would think stem cell too, the religion, like that might be an
Yeah.
issue.
Yes.
No,
Well,
they are.
look,
It's-
the Mormons are the same thing. The Mormons want to know your family tree. They want to know who you married, who you didn't marry, corruption of the blood or whatever. I don't know. But Utah is just filled with crazy people. They're tracing down family trees. And 23andMe, I think or not 23andMe. One of the genetic testing companies was created by a Mormon. So they could, yeah. And they're looking for the genes of Jesus. And it was like, dude, it's in France. All the genes of Jesus are in France, man.
Didn't he wear
So-
Calvin Klein? No.
Calvin Klein. Yeah. But
Dum-dum.
so
You're getting silly, Mike. I think we're
He's good.
okay. Okay, but I'm just saying,
yeah.
there's a lot of factions out there, some religious, some not so religious, but what they're trying to do, again, is psychological manipulation. And then they tell you, oh, well, your genes are just not good enough. You're just not good enough. It's like, dude, I was created this way. Of course I know I'm not good enough. I'm not an idiot, And that's what the thing is just that, you're just not good enough. And you hear this. When I was growing up, it was like, you're not good enough for my daughter. It's like, okay, big deal. You
The
know,
funny
like,
thing is, like, you know, we
Parents.
have a society where you can vote and you can really change shit if you think about it and you get enough people to do it.
Mhm,
You
Yeah.
can change the whole thing,
mhm.
yes,
you know. And they don't. They teach you to not. And oh, you got to work harder. It's
They
because you
brainwash
you
you
know,
with
it's-
all those damn commercials with the
yeah,
you're,
vote
you're
yes,
two,
son.
2 steps from being a millionaire.
Oh,
yeah,
It's all
Yeah.
money in a bank.
yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you this one little story. Okay. Dave Ramsey's out there telling everybody if they just put money in envelopes, they can be a millionaire. Okay. And my brother bought like a lot of his books and tried his method and it fails all the time. Well, then I found out Dave Ramsey did a little documentary on himself, about 15-minute, 30-minute documentary on himself. Well, you find out, just like Donald Trump, he got a loan from his dad for $100,000.
There you go.
And then he went out and bought just desert land. He just bought as much land as he could. And then he talked to another guy and said, hey, I own that land. You want to put a subdivision on it? And the guy goes, yeah, sure. And that's how Dave Ramsey got his first $1 million. He
Yeah.
wasn't stuffing envelopes. He wasn't cutting back. He wasn't tightening his belt. He was borrowing money from his dad to go out and buy real estate and turn it into subdivisions.
Yeah.
rush.
People are full of shit, you know.
Yeah. So
Sorry, subdivision. Rush.
yeah. So Donald
And
Trump.
aliens run it all. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
what we
there you
learned
go.
tonight.
Yeah, Donald Trump says, "Well, my dad just gave me $1 million. Just gave me $1 million."
He was 3 when he gave him the other.
It was like,
whatever.
Yeah.
dude, it's like, oh
But we
well, you got problems then, man. Just $1 million. You got a lot of problems.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there going,
Disturbed.
if
Yeah.
I was in the '80s, if I was back in the '80s, oh man, even at 1975, if I had $100,000, I could buy up parts of New York. I mean, you could buy anything because the cities were dying on the inside, and everyone was building a mall out there on the edge of town. So the cities were dying, and you could go in and buy that real estate for next to nothing.
Yeah,
And in
malls are obsolete now.
And now the malls are obsolete; they're dead, and people are saying, "Well, what do we invest into next?" Well, it's the same thing. It's just the phases of the economy. And so what made Dave Ramsey and Donald Trump wealthy was just a downside of the economy, and they had cash. Oops, I'm breaking up. Anyway, they had cash.
Okay. We're gonna go.
Yeah,
and
we got to wrap it up. But thank you
Okay.
so much.
Yes, thank
And,
you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm
Wonderful.
sorry.
Always a wonderful.
We love having
talk.
you on.
We love having you on, and our audience loves you. And
Absolutely.
we do too. So thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to be
We'll
here.
do it again soon. Maybe
Yes.
around Christmas time. Come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Anytime.
We'll do
Just
something special.
shoot me.
I'll be your Santa Claus.
Yeah.
I'll be here, man. I'll be here. So
All right.
Right on. Right on.
Right
All
on.
right. Well, we'll talk after.
Yep.
It's all the time we have because man, we got to go to bed.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
And
I gotta-
we'll see you guys Saturday on Bigfoot
Thank
and the
you.
Bunny.
Thank
Okay,
you,
so much. Thank you,
Ashley,
everybody,
Carol,
and our audience,
Joshua,
Joshua,
Greg,
Carol, everyone.
Linda Judd. I'm trying
Yes,
to go
thank
by
you
the
so much.
thing here.
Yeah.
Well, there's so much chat out there, and
Cashew Gazoo tight.
I got, yeah, a lot of fun. So
Yeah.
thanks, guys, and we'll see you
We'll see
Saturday.
you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.